next person I'm very excited to bring up to the stage is Senator Henry Sturds, someone I know all of you voted for, and who is going to help us make a difference. Welcome.
Thank you, Alex. I gotta say, Porter Ranch is in the house tonight. We will not be silenced. We will not be quiet. This is what democracy looks like, and I work for you. So as your humble public servant here, I gotta protect this community in any way we know how. Whether it's activism in the streets, you guys give me strength to go up to Sacramento and make sure that we hold this administration accountable, and most importantly, that we hold the gas company accountable for what they did to us. Yeah! And they're not gonna burden us with their costs and their health impacts and pretend like everything's okay. We won't be quiet. We're not going to sit down and behave ourselves. We're going to be a little ornery here because we got to fight for our kids and we got to fight for our families. And so tonight, the most important thing you can do is tell your story. Because those of you who've been infected here, those of you who have bloody noses or have been sick or had skin rashes or who fell down in the shower from dizziness and suffered from nausea and who continue to feel these effects, don't be quiet. I know it's uncomfortable. And I know these stories are very personal to what's going on with you. And this is a personal health matter, right? But you have to have that courage to share your story and not be quiet. Otherwise, we're going to get run over. So listen. If this doesn't work and they don't listen to our common sense proposal here tonight, we're prepared to move legislation to keep this facility shut down. Now, I think it's just common sense, though, to say, let's get to the bottom of what happened at SS-25, that infamous well, before we go rushing off into opening up all these other wells and pretending like everything's okay. We can't take a faith-based approach to making policy. We're not going to just, they don't earn our trust, right, to say, take our word for it. They have not earned that respect at this point. They got to prove to us that we know what happened in that fateful month back in October before anyone talks about opening anything up at all. So that's what our legislation's going to do. But if you guys do a good enough job tonight, they can do it on their own. They don't need to go down this path. And I still have some hope and confidence here that they're going to listen to you and we're going to get this done without having to push this bill all the way through. But listen, we're talking to leadership in both houses. Republicans and Democrats in this region are united right now. We have the chairman of all relevant committees moving this bill, so we're prepared to go all the way with it. And just know that we're not going to sleep, we're not going to stop until you guys can go home and feel comfortable.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to share this for the press and the media here. This is what life in Porter Ranch looks like. Bloody noses. If you go on the Save Porter Ranch Facebook page, we've been putting up these pictures because we know this is what shocks people, right? This is what outrages the public and the press, and I hope you are outraged. We need your help to elevate this message of the community that it is not safe. People here are still getting sick. I'm going to flip over to a photo of a rash. Here's another very common symptom that you can see. But a lot of people's symptoms you can't see and lie under the surface. And it is terrifying. People do not know what the long-term effects of this blowout will be, what the effects of the contamination in their homes that is still not cleaned up will be. It's still not clean. There's still so much work to do to make this community whole again. And we can start with shutting this facility down. So up next, I would love to welcome to the stage someone who stood up and agreed with the community that this facility needs to be decommissioned. You may recall 2 Porter Ranch schools were shut down and relocated during the gas blowout. And so our champion here, school board member Scott Schmerelson, passed a motion at LAUSD that told Governor Brown, decommission this facility. Give it up for Scott!
Let me just say that LAUSD, the Los Angeles Unified School District, stands with you 100%. All of our board members, all 7, we don't agree many times, but we all agreed on this, and we did agree to shut the facility down. Now, you know, I'm the board member for 2 schools in Porter Ranch Community, and also Castle Bay, and 100 more. But the 100 more need your protection too. Not just those who, we all need the protection. So we support you 100%, and I'll be in there testifying with you. So thank you. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much. I mean, it really does take Scott, with his leadership, to come out and be the first body to address this issue head on and call for the decommissioning. The community leads, and then we have leaders that we elect that follow, and he is a leader as well. And so we need to this is what democracy looks like. I don't know where that banner went. There we go. This is what democracy looks like.
This is what community looks like.
Absolutely, absolutely. And so I would like to bring up two more speakers who I'm just going to call on at random. Helen Attai, she lives in Granada Hills. She is a very active member with Save Porter Ranch, and I would love for her to share her story. This is just a glimpse of what we are going to hear about tonight.
Yes, Helen!
Go, Helen!
My name is Helen Attai. I'm a 25 years resident of Granada Hills. When we bought our house, I had no idea the gas facility was there. It wasn't disclosed to us. And I heard about the gas leak in October and November. I knew it was going on, but since I was in Granada Hills, I thought we have enough distance between us that we wouldn't be affected. I was wrong. We were sick. My daughter was rushed to the hospital twice, and my other daughter, when she would come home from grad school, she would have nosebleeds all the time. She would get sick. My sister would come over, and on the way back home, she would have nosebleeds. And I had heart palpitations, anxiety attack. I had blisters, roof of my mouth. We had all this stuff, and I was wondering, why are we so sick? I mean, we are far from Porter Ranch. We are not that close. And finally, January, I put two and two together. I called gas company, and they told me, yes, you need to relocate. We relocated for 4 months. It wasn't easy at all. We came back to a not clean house. During their cleaning, supposedly their protocol cleaning, and then the day after, when my cleaning lady came over to clean, we were very sick, because whatever it was just coming out again when they were touching it. So, and we're still sick. I still have headaches. My eyes are so bad some days that I cannot even drive. I have to take Uber, or I have to have family member drive me around. And I have, my skin is burning. During when they were withdrawing, like, was it a week ago, 2 weeks ago? I got back those mouth blisters and the sensations again, burning of skin. Headaches is every day, muscle spasm, anxiety, heart palpitation, you name it, we have it. When my elderly parents come to my house, when they go back, they have cough for a week. I mean, this is bad. Nobody comes to visit me anymore. This is not the way we're supposed to be living.
Whoa! Shut it all down! Shut it all down! Shut it all down!
Shut it all down! Shut it all down! Shut it all down! So if you're with the media, I need you to come back up here, because this next story is one of the most tragic and heartbreaking stories I've heard. So if you're with the media, come back to the front, because you really want to hear this story. You want to get this story. Next, I'm going to introduce Miss Anderson, who's going to tell us the story of Ashley Hall, a young girl in the community who has just developed leukemia.
So I'm here on behalf of the whole family. We actually lived in Porter Ranch, and we were forced out of that community, and we moved out because my daughter was suffering nosebleeds and everything. But then what happened is that 2 weeks before Christmas, our best friend, the 7-year-old daughter, best friend of my daughter, she actually got diagnosed with AML, the most acute monocytic leukemia, and she actually going through her chemo treatments. She's already in the second round of her chemo treatments. She already lost her hair and everything, and she's fighting for life, because she will have to be in a hospital for 6 months and get at least 3 other rounds of chemo to be able to save her. And we all need to fight for kids that go through things like that. And I hope not everybody will have to go through stuff like this, but when you have to pretty much see your loved ones to go through something like this. That's what makes you realize that you can have them reopen this facility. They have to shut it down, and there's, I'm sure, more cases that you are aware of, and there will be more coming, and we all need to make sure that our kids and ourselves, that we are safe. It's not okay for us to come home and to be bleeding, to be spitting out blood. It's not okay to be itching. It's not okay to be having headaches and feeling, you know, anxious about this. I went through 6 months of psychological, you know, treatment with my psychologist because I was all, you know, full of anxiety, and I was scared what's going to happen to us, and I don't want people to feel this way. So we all need to make sure that we stop them. So please check out her story. There is the Team Aliyah page that you can support. You can help the whole family to get through this, because they need all of us and they need our support. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Shut it all down. Shut it all down. Shut it all down.
I can't do it. It's not working.
Shut it all down. Shut it all down. Shut it all down. Shut it all down.
I'm going to start. Hi, folks. So I'm here. Have a meeting to discuss the Hi, folks. So I'm here at the Shut It All Down rally in Woodland Hills, California. This is in front of a hotel where they're about to have a meeting to discuss the reopening of the Aliso Canyon gas storage facility. This was a facility that leaked back in October, and thousands of residents of the Porter Ranch community had to be evacuated from their homes, and 2 schools closed. Right now they want to reopen it, and the people gathered here want to see it permanently shut down. So I'm going to show you the action now, and then you'll hear some speeches, and then I'll do some interviews, and then we're going to go inside where a very exciting action is going to happen. Shh.
We have legislation that we're prepared to move if they don't respond.
Our planet's running out of time. Our health is running out of time.
Our people's running out of time.
Our people's running out of time.
I don't know, but I've been told.
Still getting sick. 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 Still getting sick.
All right. All right. So I would like to offer the opportunity for anyone else with a story to tell before we wrap up this press conference and start going inside. Anybody who has a story to tell? Yes, please. What is your name? Oh, this is Brian, everybody. Please welcome Brian. He has been through a lot. Thank you for coming. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you guys for your support. Hey, listen, I have 5 children. 2 of my sons lost a total of 10 teeth in a month. 10 teeth. Fell out of, that's not normal. I have another son, special needs, as of, profuse nosebleeds, even in the last few weeks, and I thought this was behind us. Come to find out things are leaking again. He's got a sore that has not healed, and it won't heal anymore. When I took him to his pediatrician, the pediatrician said, yeah, all the kids that come here from the local schools have the same problem. And I said, what is that? She said, I send their blood out and I find the proteins are elongated in the blood as a result of breathing in the methane and the benzene. That's what it does. It elongates the proteins, and these kids cannot clot blood, and that's why all the noses bleed. And I said, have you reported this? I don't know where those reports go. Here's the difference, guys. Some people live in an area, they can't help it, maybe a local tsunami, but we have a man-made tsunami up here. We have a gas company tsunami up here. And we say, shut it down, go drill somewhere else. It's storage. It's not natural gas coming out of the ground. We pump it. It's injected. Inject it somewhere else. We got the second largest population in our city, right in our neighborhood up here, this part of Los Angeles. Second largest population in our city, and we're injecting gas from everywhere in our backyard. Go to the desert, drill a hole, inject it somewhere else, and let's get clean air for our people. We deserve it, right? Or somewhere else. Go where no one lives. Go where no one lives, but not where we live. Okay, thank you, guys.
We are being poisoned! 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 We are being poisoned!
All right, if you can hear me, raise your hand if you have had a pet die because of the blowout. Raise your hand if your pets are luckily still alive but very sick.
They died, they're sick. It's enough. It's enough. Close it down. They say it's closed now. It's leaking now. We're sick again. Close this down. My dogs are gone. My health is gone. I'm slowly dying. Stop this. Yeah. Stop it now. No time to wait.
No time to wait.
People are too sick to come and protest. They're too sick. They're in the hospital. I just got out of the hospital. Please, I'm begging you. We deserve to live right. I've been there 30 years. My mountain is gone. There were sheep on that mountain. There's now all kinds of towers and all kinds of baloney up there. And it's still open. Even the coyotes are gone. You're absolutely right. Look out your window. Is there a bird? No. There's nothing up there, just us, because we can't go anywhere. Where are we going to go? Please help us.
Shut it all down!
Shut it all down! Shut it all down! Shut it all down! Shut it all down! Shut it all down! Shut it all down! Shut it all down! Shut it all down! Shut it all down! Shut it all down! Shut it all down! Shut it all down! Shut it all down! Shut it all down! Shut it all down! Shut it all down! Shut it all down! Shut it all down! Shut it all down! Shut it all down! Shut it all down! Shut it all down! Shut it all down! Shut it all down! Shut it all down! We are the public! We will shut it down! We are the public! We will shut it down! We are the public! We will shut it down! We are the public! We will shut it down! We are the public! We will shut it down! We are the public! We will shut it down! We are the public! We will shut it down!
All right, we have Michael who really wants to share his story. Please give a warm welcome to Michael.
Hey guys, yeah, I'm Michael. I'm representative of the Cub Scout Pack 307 over at First Press of Granada Hills. I've been getting sick myself. I went to the hospital a few times because I've been having infection. And can you hear me?
Yes. Just keep it close.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, so basically I've been getting sick and because of the darn stupid gas company. And President Trump wants to build a border. I say let him grab Jerry Brown and the stupid gas company and let them build that border right there where the Porter Ranch is and let them stay in there. Shut it down now.
All right. Which, I mean, he raises an interesting point. So Governor Brown has been taking President Trump to task about his climate and environmental record. We're seeing who Trump is appointing to take over the EPA and the like. And if Governor Brown really were such a climate leader and environmental champion, he would have already shut this facility down. This is his decision. He can make this choice tomorrow. We don't have to come out into the streets every night away from our families. He could decide this now.
This is his legacy.
And absolutely, if he lets this facility reopen, we cannot let him get away with calling himself the Green Governor. Those days are gone. But what we know is really concerning. Governor Brown's sister sits on the board of Sempra, the parent company for SoCalGas. He has taken millions of dollars from SoCalGas and Sempra to fund his campaigns. And that is just SoCalGas and Sempra. He has a terrible track record with the oil and gas industry in general. We've been fighting him for the last 4 years on fracking, saying, ban fracking now! Ban fracking now! Ban fracking now! Ban fracking now! And by the way, all the gas that's stored in Aliso Canyon comes from fracking out of state. And you know what Governor Brown said? We need the fracking because don't you drive a car? And so he is so out of touch on these issues. And that's why more than ever we need our local champions to be our shield, to be our advocate, to be our voice. There is hope. We can move Jerry Brown. We just need the local support. We need local elected officials to help us do that. And what we've seen with Senator Pavley, who was the senator before Henry Stern, she was able to pass a bill that kept a moratorium on this facility to keep it shut down. And now Henry is trying to pass a bill to help keep it shut down even longer. We can make progress. We can do it. But it takes every single one of you to come out and not be afraid to raise your voice, to not be afraid to challenge the powers that be, because we have the power. We are the people, and we are very, very powerful. We have everything it takes right here to make change. We just can't be afraid to challenge them and challenge and change the balance and the status quo of power. So with that, I'm going to hand it off to Matt, who's going to end our conference tonight. We have a lot stored for going inside, so please.
One more story if you have time.
Okay, let's see. One more story if we have time. Let's hear it. What's your name? Let's hear it for Nick, and then we're going to wrap. Give it up for Nick!
We've lived in Northridge for 15 years, my family and I, and my kids started getting sick right before they claimed that the gas leak started. Both of my kids went to school right nearby. My son went to Nobel. My daughter went to Cleveland Core, and they both started coming home sick, and we couldn't figure out why. After they released the information that there was a gas blowout, we took action, but unfortunately there was a letter sent around by SoCalGas stating that doctors should not treat anybody who was part of the gas leak because there was nothing wrong. What we found out was that my daughter's white blood cell count had gone drastically low. She was lethargic, laying in bed. This is an active girl who was a leader in the community, in her school and in other things. My son had started having gastrointestinal problems. These are both honor students that couldn't go to their schools anymore. They wouldn't shut their school down because they said it wasn't far enough away. There were kids in both of these schools and teachers that were affected by this gas blowout. Later on, my wife contacted a corneal ulcer from the benzenes that were coming out. She nearly lost eyesight in one of her eyes. Now, all three of them and myself were all drastically affected, so much so that we decided last July that we were going to move away from the area. This is not something we wanted to do. We did not want to move from our home. We did not want to move from the area, but we had no choice. So we moved out of the area, but we are supporting everybody that is here to shut this thing down today. Shut it all down.
Shut it all down. Shut it all down.
Jerry Brown.
Jerry Brown, shut it all down right now. Jerry Brown, shut it all down right now. Jerry Brown, shut it all down right now. Jerry Brown, shut it all down right now.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to wrap this up. Please stick around. Hear from Matt Pacuco with Save Porter Ranch one last time.
All right. How many times do we want to hear these stories? We've been hearing this way too long, way too many times, from way too many people. And we know that there's a lot of people out there that don't step forward and share their bloody health stories to the world. Probably most people don't. So we're not even hearing a small fraction of what's going on, I will bet anything. So there's a lot of people here right now, and this thing hasn't even started. There will be a lot more residents inside when this thing gets started. I don't know how this, well, we know how the agenda is set up, and it's always rigged against us, right? Where we are put to the end. They'll tell us we have a minute each after their dogger and pony show of BS. So, but there's a lot of us here, put it this way, we're not gonna like what we see, so follow my lead. That's all I have to say. If we don't like what's going on in our lives, in our homes, with our health, and we hear more of the same BS that we've sat through for 15 months, follow my lead. Remember, Save Porter Ranch and the entire Porter Ranch, we stand for the community. Remember that. We stand for the community. So go in there tonight, tell the truth, be loud, make it undeniable what's going on to these people, to you, to your neighbor in Porter Ranch. Let's go kick their effing ass.
Let's make some noise, people. Let me hear you. So that is a wrap. Thank you all so much for coming early. We really appreciate you. Please leave your signs here with us. We will go inside. And like Matt said, follow his lead. We are here for the community. We are here in your best interest. We will do this. We will keep it shut down. All right, thank you.
So I'm here with Alex Nagy, who's one of the lead organizers of this action and an organizer for Food and Water Watch. How are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling really pumped up. I've been feeling very nervous the past couple of days just because we know that the deck is stacked against us. Governor Brown and his regulators want to open this facility right away, but as you've heard, people are getting very, very sick. And I think the energy is here tonight to make some change happen and do something a little different.
Great. Now, let me ask you what you were saying on the live stream the other day, that they're manufacturing a gas shortage when they send us all these emails. Tell us about that.
Yeah, last week we had those really bad rains and it was very cold. And what SoCalGas did is they took advantage of this moment and used it as an opportunity to buy less gas from the interstate pipelines. Most of our gas comes from out of state. And so instead of buying more gas to meet higher demand, they actually bought less, which put a lot of stress on the system, and they were able to justify withdrawing gas in Aliso Canyon, which had direct consequences for people here in the community. Residents were reporting the gas smell again, and people were getting very sick, breaking out in rashes, nosebleeds, trouble breathing, the like. So we've seen SoCalGas do all the lies and all the manipulation they need from the beginning of this blowout to denying it was even happening to now manufacturing a shortage so they can say they need it. And this is typical playbook. SoCalGas did this when they were Sempra back in 2001 with the Enron crisis. Same thing. They intentionally shorted the gas supply so they could jack up the rates, and it backfired and led to blackouts all up and down the state. And they're doing it here again on the Aliso Canyon stuff.
Great. Thanks very much, Alex. I'll let you go. We love you.
Thank you, Lauren. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
All right, everybody. I got Mark Morris here. I got a lot of people here that I know because I've been working with these folks since 2012 to ban fracking in California, to ban fracking in Los Angeles. I worked with my friend John Mirish, who's the Republican mayor of Beverly Hills, and we got Beverly Hills to be the first city to ban fracking, so far the only city to ban fracking in California, and we've also gotten fracking banned in several counties, San Benito, oh my gosh, I'm forgetting the other San County up there in the northern part, and Mendocino. And unfortunately, Mendocino and what was Monterey County just banned fracking, but the supervisors are apparently failing to follow through on the fracking ban that everybody in the community voted for. So this is why it takes people on the ground, folks, to take action. And we have an expression or a hashtag, Standing Rock is everywhere. You know, the Dakota Access Pipeline captured the imagination of the American people this past year when the Native Americans coined the slogan, "Water is life," Minnie Wachoni. And everybody was very moved by that. But you know what? We have Standing Rocks everywhere. And here in Los Angeles, our Standing Rock is in Porter Ranch, and we are here in Woodland Hills to tell DOGGR, the Division of Oil and Gas and Geothermal Resources, it's a division of the Department of Conservation, to shut it all down. So, might I add that Jerry Brown fired the head of the Department of Conservation and the head of the DOGGR division a few years ago because they actually were taking their time approving fracking permits because people were getting killed, and the oil company put pressure on Jerry Brown to fire those two people and put in regulators that were a lot more amenable to expediting these permits. I fought Fran Pavley's bill, SB4, 3 years ago because it was supposedly a fracking regulatory bill that actually didn't regulate fracking at all. All it did was give corporate Democrats political cover to vote for that as opposed to Holly Mitchell's bill to put a moratorium on fracking. And it was a very long fight. We didn't win. And what ended up happening was her bill got so watered down in the last week by Jerry Brown, he made her add these amendments that the oil company insisted on that would have prevented doing environmental impact reports on fracking applications during the 2 years that the study was being held. That was one of the biggest things of her study, her bill. She thought there should be a study, as if we didn't already know that fracking is bad for the environment and it's bad for human health. So basically now we're starting our fights in local neighborhoods. We're working city by city, county by county. The oil company is really powerful. They spend a lot of money, but we can do it. You can see there's a lot of people out in the streets. I mean, Trump woke up a lot of people that were asleep during the Obama years. Obama quadrupled fracking and fast-tracked all the other infrastructure projects, including the Dakota Access Pipeline in 2014 and the Keystone Pipeline, Keystone South. And he was pushing for LNG export terminals. He was pushing to, end the 30-year oil ban, oil drilling ban in the Atlantic Ocean, and finally, and he also opened up the Arctic to oil drilling. Thankfully, Greenpeace and a lot of organizations shut that down, and Shell stopped drilling in the Arctic, and in his last days, Obama did protect the Arctic, he did protect the Atlantic Ocean, but he still, his EPA was allowing unlimited dumping of toxic fracking wastewater into the Gulf, which was already destroyed by the Deepwater Horizon spill. So we have to recognize that it's not about the Democrats, it's not about the Republicans, it's about the corporations, and the only thing that has ever been shown to beat the power of money is the power of people. So we're gonna go inside and you're gonna see the power of the people in this hearing in a moment. So I'm going to shut down for now and resume the live stream back in the hearing room. So don't go away, folks, because you're going to be in for some excitement. And share my stream, share the stream that preceded this one. I couldn't figure out how to zoom out for some reason, so I had to start and stop and start again. But I will be starting Shut It All Down, number 3, in a few moments. Don't go away. This has been Lauren Steiner for the Robust Opposition. All Down rally in Woodland Hills, California.
Out of time.
Our people's running out of time.
Our people's running out of time.
I don't know, but I've been told.
I don't know, but I've been told.
SoCal Gas has got to go.
SoCal Gas has got to go.
Stop the lies and stop the leaks.
Stop the lies and stop the leaks.
Shut it all down, that's what we seek.
Shut it all down, that's what we seek.
Shut it all down.
Shut it all down. Shut it all down forever. 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 Shut it all down.
Shut it all down.
Shut it all down. Shut it all down forever. 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 Shut it all down whatever. Shut it all down. Shut it all down. This is what we're coughing about. This is what we're coughing about. This is what we're coughing about.
This is what we're coughing about.
This is what we're coughing about.
This is what we're coughing about.
This is what we're coughing about. This is what we're coughing about.
This is what we're
All right. Okay, we're going to get started here in a second. We're just waiting for one of our speakers to arrive for the press conference. Thank you all so much for showing up early. Because you got here early, we have a very special plan for all of you. If you are part of the Save Porter Ranch organizing team for bringing people out today, raise your hand. Okay, so if you want to know about what we're doing today and why we're here, these people are going to be walking around and talking to you about how the meeting inside is going to go down. And we want you to support any action that's going on inside. This is a whole test by Dogger and the PUC to see if this community is going to roll over and if we're just going to sit there and take it if they try to reopen. So please talk to our organizers who are here, get the plan. We need to be united inside. We need to be fierce. We cannot let SoCal Gas reopen this facility, and it's really Governor Brown's call. Anytime any of you make public comment on the inside, please make sure you note and say in your comment that this is Governor Brown's call. It is his decision to reopen this facility. It is so important that you say that because it's true. We need to call him out. He is the one who can make this decision tomorrow if he wanted to keep this facility closed down, and he is the one who will decide to reopen it. And so it is Governor Brown's call. That's why we sing Jerry Brown, shut it all down right now. We see Jane here with "You're Killing Me, Jerry" sign. It's absolutely true. People in this community have died. Pets in this community have died and are dying. Children are developing leukemia, anemia, cancers are developing in the community. It is totally unacceptable. So we have all of our speakers here. We are going to get started here in a second, and I'm going to readjust where I'm standing, and we'll get started here.
All right, folks, you have here Alex Nagy from Food and Water Watch.
Okay,
Food and Water Watch is one of the local organizers of this action. And now we have school board member Scott Schmerlson. He's going to be the first speaker.
All right, so we are going to get our press conference started. Thank you and welcome to everyone who is here today on this very important day. My name is Alexandra Nagy. I'm the senior organizer with Food and Water Watch. We've been working in this community in Porter Ranch for the last 3 years, and we're on the ground ready to hit the streets, knock on doors, and let people know what was going on when this blowout happened. Over a year later, even though the blowout has been capped at the Aliso Canyon Gas Storage Facility operated by SoCalGas, people are still getting severely sick. Thousands of people in the community. I know these people, I talk to these people, I work with these people. They are still suffering, and they will continue to suffer unless this facility is closed down permanently. And so that's why we are here today. We are gathering to tell the state to reject SoCalGas's application and not allow Aliso Canyon to reopen. This is Governor Brown's call. He must reject SoCalGas's application and keep Aliso Canyon closed. It is absolutely imperative that when we go inside today and hear from Dogger about the so-called safety of their facility, that we talk about health first and foremost. That is what comes first. If people in this community weren't sick and dying, you wouldn't see all these people behind me trying to protest this facility and keep it closed down. It is literally a matter of life and death for people in the community. It is unacceptable, and we will not roll over on this. So first up, I want to introduce Matt Pacuco, president and co-founder of Safe Porter Ranch.
Thanks everyone for coming out. And I think we're pretty tired of coming out. When is this going to end? When we end it. That's when it's going to end. There's hearings going on today, and just this morning, if you've seen the latest post, Safe Porter Ranch co-founder having a bloody nose right after doing an interview about them wanting to open this place up. How pathetic is that? And I've seen social media in the last few days, a lot of blood. What the hell is going on in Porter Ranch? And why isn't our agencies not responding to any of this? Where the hell are they? Well, there's 2 of them inside, and tonight they're probably not gonna say a damn thing. They're gonna sit there like they usually do, but they and the rest of the world is gonna hear us, by God, tonight.
My feet
just tell them the truth about what's going on in Porter Ranch. The key to this game is the health problems. Don't try and, I mean, you can give whatever comments you like, but I suggest don't try and match wits with them and their numbers and all that. All that is meaningless when people are bleeding and they have cancer and they have skin rashes and their pets are dying. We don't care about those numbers. We don't care about the AQMD's numbers that said everything's fine. And we certainly don't care about SoCalGas lies about there's nothing going on and it's all unfounded. So that's what we stand for tonight. And we're not taking anything less than this place stays shut down.
Excellent. I love this banner. This is what democracy looks like. Shut it all down. Thank you for bringing out this banner. Absolutely. We are exercising our voice tonight, and we can't forget that this government is supposed to work for the people. And so the next person I'm very excited to bring up to the stage is Senator Henry Stearns, someone I know all of you voted for, and who is going to help us make a difference. Welcome.
Thank you, Alex. I gotta say, Porter Ranch is in the house tonight. We will not be silenced. We will not be quiet. This is what democracy looks like, and I work for you. So as your humble public servant here, I gotta protect this community in any way we know how. whether it's activism in the streets, you guys give me strength to go up to Sacramento and make sure that we hold this administration accountable, and most importantly, that we hold the gas company accountable for what they did to us. And they're not gonna burden us with their costs and their health impacts and pretend like everything's okay. We won't be quiet. We're not going to sit down and behave ourselves. We're going to be a little ornery here because we got to fight for our kids and we got to fight for our families. And so tonight, the most important thing you can do is tell your story. Because those of you who've been infected here, those of you who have bloody noses or have been sick or had skin rashes or who fell down in the shower from dizziness and suffered from nausea and who continue to feel these effects, don't be quiet. I know it's uncomfortable. And I know these stories are very personal to what's going on with you. And this is a personal health matter, right? Yeah. But you have to have that courage to share your story and not be quiet. Otherwise, we're going to get run over. So listen. If this doesn't work and they don't listen to our common sense proposal here tonight, we're prepared to move legislation to keep this facility shut down. Now, I think it's just common sense, though, to say, let's get to the bottom of what happened at SS-25, that infamous well, before we go rushing off into opening up all these other wells and pretending like everything's okay. We can't take a faith-based approach to making policy. We're not going to just, they don't earn our trust, right?
Well, basically I figure that all politics has to be local at some level, and even though I do some work as a professor and in academics, if I can't translate any of that into some real-world effectual change, then there's no real point. And as delegates, not only do we have the power to craft California state policy, but we also hold the power of endorsement so that we can hold our elected officials' feet to the fire. Because as much as we're scared of the national tragedy with Trump and all the nightmare over there, corporate Democrats and folks that aren't representative of their own constituency seem to even be more of a problem and are eroding our ability to truly be represented and combat the Republicans abroad. So that's why.
Okay, folks, this is a man of my own heart. Could I have not said that better, right? I mean, this is what the Bernie Revolution has brought forth. It has brought forth people that understand that we need to take a role in changing our society on the local level. All politics is local. There's only so much we're going to be able to affect in the Trump administration, with him having the presidency, the Senate, the Congress, and now it looks like the Supreme Court. All these Democrats are rolling over. That's why I'm part of Draft Bernie for a People's Party, a new movement you're going to see us launch next week.
Oh yeah.
Because really, the Democratic Party is dead to me. Although I do support all of my Bernie-crat friends who are running to reform the party here in California. We got to elect.
We have to identify congressional and local state Democrats. For example, the assembly member for this district took $500,000 of Chevron money in a primary race. That is unconscionable for someone who takes Democratic votes to vote against equal pay for farm workers, for overtime for women. It's unbelievable what some of the things that people that claim to be Democrats, to be for progressive social values, are completely antithetical to it at the federal and state level. That's what we have to combat.
That wouldn't be that Matt Daubonnet, would it be?
It is indeed.
Yeah.
It is indeed.
I ran into him. I was testifying against the merger of Time Warner and Comcast, and he was testifying, or he sent his aide to testify in favor of it. There's not a corporation that man doesn't like, right?
Yep, absolutely not. And it's not just that. He actually will manipulate floor votes so that he'll get an A, for example, from CLCV or Planned Parenthood, and then amend that vote once it's at the floor. These are the kind of things, this is the kind of civic engagement and the lack of access to knowledge that implicates all of us. Even though we're the victims of it, it's incumbent on us now to be aware of it and to combat it at every single level. And that's what we're doing. That's what people like you are doing.
Yes, and as I said outside, the only thing that's ever been proven to beat money power is people power, and here you see the people. Right, Todd? Show them how many people there are. All right, who do we have left? Who else just wants to do an interview here?
Thanks, Lauren.
Thanks, nice to meet you. Thanks for introducing yourself. Let me see. Terry Brady. Terry, can I do an interview with you? informed. I just want to know what you're feeling. Come here. Terry Brady, I've known her for over a decade, and I was looking through some Facebook photos the other day of the tar sands action that we did in front of, what was that, a bank? It was, and they were so afraid of us, they shut down their office and told their employees to go home. Do you remember what I'm talking about? It's like 3 years ago for the tar sands.
Probably. We've been at a lot of protests. You know.
What's your most important issue to you?
Probably DAPL and tar sands, and this is very related. This is a gas leak. It's a storage facility for fracked natural gas. It leaked out into the community, and they didn't do a lot to protect the people. It took them months and months, even though they were a pretty wealthy neighborhood. And in poor neighborhoods, they even have a harder time getting them to address the pollution and the health risks. There are places in South LA that are still have been polluted by this kind of gas, and they're still not really addressing it. So it's really good that they are somewhat paying attention to this one.
Yeah, it's because of what work we're doing. Thank you, Terry. Adam Scow. Andrea. Yeah, I want both of you. Andrea. So who I have here right now is I have Adam Scow, who is the California Director of Food and Water Watch, and I have Andrea Leon Grossman, who is their newest organizer, just hired in the Los Angeles office. Adam, you came down from Oakland just to be here for this. Tell us what you're thinking right now.
Well, this is a great turnout. This is one of the biggest fights in the state. We're fighting a major gas company that's super greedy. They want to restart the most dangerous gas field in California. That's storing a bunch of dangerous fracked gas. It's leaking, people are getting sick. And we know we need to get off of gas. We need to go to clean energy. That's what Andrea is leading the campaign here in LA. Mayor Garcetti isn't here. Hopefully somebody's going to be here from his office, because we don't know where he's standing on this.
Yeah, I saw Mitchell Schwartz. Hey, Mitchell!
All right.
I saw Mitchell Schwartz, who's running against Garcetti. He's here. He cares
Well,
enough.
hopefully the mayor has a representative here. We'll see.
Yeah,
soon.
look, if you find him, send him over. I'll interview him. Anyway, Andrea, tell us what your clean energy campaign is that you were hired to start. Tell us about that.
Well, basically, we're trying to push LADWP to do the right thing and do 100% clean renewable energy by 2030. Right now, they want to do that by 2050, which is way too late. We need to push for 100% clean energy by 2030 or earlier. We have already the technology to use to do a just transition by then, and that should not be negotiable.
Now, Adam, tell me what you were telling me yesterday. This man and I have dinner. We're good friends. Anyway, tell me what you were telling me yesterday, or tell the people why we're against a carbon tax and why we're against cap and trade. And I really want Mitchell Schwartz to hear this. Mitchell Schwartz, this is Adam Scow.
Hey, Adam, how are you?
I want him to tell our audience and you why we need to be against cap and trade and a carbon tax.
Well, we're not interested in making money off of pollution. We're interested in reducing pollution. In the 80s, we needed to get off CFCs. Government came to compacts. They mandated that we reduced it. We have to do the same with carbon and methane. There's no shortcut. There's no corporate-friendly solution to this. We have an oil and gas industry hell-bent on fracking, drilling, and polluting until they run out of oil and gas, and it's unacceptable. We need 100% renewable energy in LA, in California, throughout this country, and this fight tonight is all about that, making that shift. That's why we got to shut this gas field down.
That's right. Now, Mitchell Schwartz, candidate for mayor of Los Angeles. Adam was just asking, where is Garcetti? We don't see him here tonight, and yet this is the second time you've come out. Why are you here tonight?
Actually, more than two, at least 3 times I've been out here. Because they should shut it down. This place, they don't know what caused the leaks. Thousands of people were displaced the first time, so why do we have to have another leak before it happens and what people are displaced? They have to shut this down. It should never be reopened, period. It's too near where people live. By the way, I'm sure your viewers, well, they probably know this. There's a 10-acre facility in the Ballona wetlands right up against the hills in Westchester. Same type of storage facility. People there, similar complaints about getting sick and stuff. They got to shut that one down too. It doesn't belong in neighborhoods. Lastly, they should shut down all oil and gas drilling in Los Angeles County. It's crazy how much. There was just a story in today's New York Times about how much pollution in South LA because of the oil and fracking. Where is Mayor Garcetti? He hasn't said a word about this. People's lives are being affected, and he hasn't said a word about it. It's terrible that he's not here. But I think he's fundraising in another city. He's been out all week breaking through the campaign finance caps. His ethics and principles are a little flexible because he decided that he's not going to abide by campaign finance. So the money is more important, unfortunately, than people's lives.
Yeah, now let me ask you something. I'm hosting a meet and greet for you next week because I just found out that you were a Bernie Sanders supporter. In fact, you were on Bernie's advisory committee, and you're very progressive. Where have you been all our lives?
So, what I've always said is I've always tried to work within the system. I protest too, but I have worked within the system. So I've worked for people that I think are liberal folks like Obama, like Barbara Boxer, like Antonio Villaraigosa. And so I've always tried to work as, for the person I think would be the best for the people. But to me, that was working inside the system sometimes as well. But, I've done a lot of environmental work. I was president of the League of Conservation Voters for 4 years, helped build what at the time was one of the largest wind farms in the country. So I'm active, but I'm also pragmatic, and I try to work within the system when it works. There are other times when it doesn't work within the system. You have to be here protesting like tonight, or like the Women's March that we had after Trump was elected. So, but I've always believed you got to work inside and outside the system.
Excellent. Thanks very much, Mitchell. We'll see you soon.
Thank you.
All right. So there you have it, folks. Some people that I know that I just happen to see. Let me see if there's anyone else that I want to talk to. Who? Well, let me see now. She's got a nice shirt there. Shut it down. I was supposed to get one of those shirts.
I'll hold you.
I'm just trying to see if I know anyone here. Well, what time do we have? What time do we have? Oh, they may be starting here. All right, I think they're going to start. So I'm going to take this microphone out, and we're going to hear what they have to say.
Thank you for coming early. We scheduled it to start at 6 o'clock, and we will. We're leaving time for those that are still coming for our 6 o'clock start. Thank you very much for coming and coming early. We will start at 6 o'clock. Thank you very much. We'll see you soon.
Okay, guys, I'm going to shut down for 20 minutes now because I want to save my battery and I want to save my data. But we're going to start back up at 6 o'clock. I want you to share this stream. There's going to be some interesting action going on in here. That's all I can say for now. But this has been the third video in my live stream from the hearing in Woodland Hills to shut down the Aliso Canyon gas storage facility that was leaking last October. Thousands of residents were relocated from their houses. 2 schools were shut down. And today they're having hearings because they say that it's safe. They say that it stopped leaking. But if you watch my first 2 streams, you will have seen testimony by residents that it has not, in fact, stopped leaking, and that people are still getting sick, very sick in many cases. Animals are getting sick and dying, and we are here to shut it down. So until I come back in the next 15 minutes, this has been Lauren Steiner for the Robust Opposition. So, whoa.
We're tangled.
All right, but guys, so we're back. We're inside the hearing room here at the Hilton Hotel in Woodland Hills. How's my sound?
Is the green light on?
Is the green light? The green light is on. All right. And I'm here with Calvin Abbasi, who just introduced himself to me.
Hi.
He is one of the new Bernie delegates that just got elected. Tell us where you got elected.
In 8045, so we actually are representing Woodland Hills here, as well as Porter Ranch and Northridge and kind of the whole Northwest Valley. So everywhere affected by the largest methane spill in history is where we're representing.
And what inspired you to run to be a delegate for the Democratic Party?
Well, basically I figure that all politics has to be local at some level, and even though I do some work as a professor and in academics, if I can't translate any of that into some real world effectual change, then there's no real point. And as delegates, not only do we have the power to craft California state policy, but we also hold the power of endorsement so that we can hold our elected officials' feet to the fire. Because as much as we're scared of the national tragedy with Trump and all the nightmare over there, corporate Democrats and folks that aren't representative of their own constituency seem to even be more of a problem and are eroding our ability to truly be represented and combat the Republicans abroad. So that's why.
Okay, folks, this is a man of my own heart. Could I have not said that better, right? I mean, this is what the Bernie Revolution has brought forth. It has brought forth people that understand that we need to take a role in changing our society on the local level. All politics is local. There's only so much we're going to be able to affect in the Trump administration, with him having the presidency, the Senate, the Congress, and now it looks like the Supreme Court. All these Democrats are rolling over. That's why I'm part of Draft Bernie for a People's Party, a new movement you're going to see us launch next week.
Oh yeah.
Because really, the Democratic Party is dead to me. Although I do support all of my Bernie-crat friends who are running to reform the party here in California. We got to elect. What do you mean a cutout?
My name is Erica Zeitlin. I'm not only here on behalf of the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, I'm also here as a mom. I am a resident in this area, and there is no excuse. There is no excuse. There is no excuse for the negation of the residents' health. This is an outrage. We should all be outraged. How would you feel if this was your daughter? How would you feel if this was your loved one? I am here to say that I fully support the residents that are surrounding the Hilton here, to make their voices known that we are demanding justice, and we are demanding that you shut it down now, Governor Brown!
Shut it down! Shut it down!
Still getting sick! 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 Still getting sick!
What's up, Revolutionaries? DC here, OurRevolution.tv. Make sure you subscribe and get notifications for when we go live with actions like this. You're watching one of Lauren's earlier live streams. We've been picking up her live feeds from the Aliso Canyon hearing out in Woodland Hills, and the action that is going to go on inside the hearing. We're hearing there's something happening at the hearing. But this has been a pretty good size turnout, and she's had some great interviews. You can scroll back and watch some of those and some of the action out front. But I'm keeping an eye out for her live stream, and when we get it, I will bring it to you from inside that hearing room. This is OurRevolution.tv. Make sure to subscribe, like, share, and join the robust opposition on Sunday mornings at 10 a.m., except this Sunday morning, because I got to move. Peace.
And I said, what is that? She said, I send their blood out and I find the proteins are elongated in the blood as a result of breathing in the methane and the benzene. That's what it does. It elongates the proteins, and these kids cannot clot blood, and that's why all the noses bleed. And I said, have you reported this? I don't know where those reports go. Here's the difference, guys. Some people live in an area, they can't help it, maybe a local tsunami, but we have a man-made tsunami up here. We have a gas company tsunami up here. And we say, shut it down, go drill somewhere else. It's storage. It's not natural gas coming out of the ground. We pump it. It's injected. Inject it somewhere else. We got the second largest population in our city, right in our neighborhood up here, this part of Los Angeles. Second largest population in our city, and we're injecting gas from everywhere in our backyard. Go to the desert, drill a hole, inject it somewhere else, and let's get clean air for our people. We deserve it, right? Or somewhere else. Go where no one lives. Go where no one lives, but not where we live. Okay, thank you, guys.
We are being poisoned! 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 We are being poisoned!
All right, if you can hear me, raise your hand if you have had a pet die because of the blowout. Raise your hand if your pets are luckily still alive but very sick.
They've died, they're sick. It's enough. It's enough. Close it down. They say it's closed now. It's leaking now. We're sick again. Close this down. My dogs are gone. My health is gone. I'm slowly dying. Stop this. Yeah. Stop it now. No time to wait.
No time to wait.
People are too sick to come and protest. They're too sick. They're in the hospital. I just got out of the hospital. Please, I'm begging you. We deserve to live right. I've been there 30 years. My mountain is gone. There were sheep on that mountain. There's now all kinds of towers and all kinds of baloney up there. And it's still open. Even the coyotes are gone. You're absolutely right. Look out your window. Is there a bird? No. There's nothing up there, just us, because we can't go anywhere. Where are we going to go? Please help us.
Shut it all down!
Shut it all down! Shut it all down! Shut it all down! Shut it all down! Shut it all down! Shut it all down! Shut it all down! Shut it all down! Shut it all down! Shut it all down! Shut it all down! Shut it all down! Shut it all down! Shut it all down! Shut it all down! Shut it all down! Shut it all down! Shut it all down! Shut it all down! Shut it all.
What do we got? Nosebleed. And this isn't just today. This is so many days for so many people in Porter Ranch. And this is nothing compared to what some people have to go through. What do you have to say, Kyoko?
Shut it all down.
You got it. Thank you.
We will shut it down. We are the public. We will shut it down. We are the public. We will shut it down. We are the public. We will shut it down.
All right, we have Michael who really wants to share his story. Please give a warm welcome to Michael.
Hey guys, yeah, I'm Michael. I'm representative of the Cub Scout Pack 307 over at First Press of Granada Hills. I've been getting sick myself. I went to the hospital a few times because I've been having an infection. And can you hear me?
Yes. Just keep it close.
Okay. Yeah. So basically, I've been getting sick, and because of the darn stupid gas company, and President Trump wants to build a border. I say let him grab Jerry Brown and the stupid gas company and let them build that border right there where the Porter Ranch is and let them stay in there. Shut it down now.
All right. Which, I mean, he raises an interesting point. So Governor Brown has been taking President Trump to task about his climate and environmental record. We're seeing who Trump is appointing to take over the EPA and the like. And if Governor Brown really were such a climate leader and environmental champion, he would have already shut this facility down. This is his decision. He can make this choice tomorrow. We don't have to come out into the streets every night away from our families. He could decide this now.
This is his legacy.
And absolutely, if he lets this facility reopen, we cannot let him get away with calling himself the Green Governor. Those days are gone. But what we know is really concerning. Governor Brown's sister sits on the board of Sempra, the parent company for SoCalGas. He has taken millions of dollars from SoCalGas and Sempra to fund his campaigns. And that is just SoCalGas and Sempra. He has a terrible track record with the oil and gas industry in general. We've been fighting him for the last 4 years on fracking, saying, ban fracking now! Ban fracking now! Ban fracking now! Ban fracking now! And by the way, all the gas that's stored in Aliso Canyon comes from fracking out of state. And you know what Governor Brown said? We need the fracking because don't you drive a car? And so he is so out of touch on these issues. And that's why more than ever we need our local champions to be our shield, to be our advocate, to be our voice. There is hope. We can move Jerry Brown. We just need the local support. We need local elected officials to help us do that. And what we've seen with Senator Pavley, who was the senator before Henry Stern, she was able to pass a bill that kept a moratorium on this facility to keep it shut down. And now Henry is trying to pass a bill to help keep it shut down even longer. We can make progress. We can do it. But it takes every single one of you to come out and not be afraid to raise your voice, to not be afraid to challenge the powers that be, because we have the power. We are the people, and we are very, very powerful. We have everything it takes right here to make change. We just can't be afraid to challenge them and challenge and change the balance and the status quo of power. So with that, I'm going to hand it off to Matt, who's going to end our conference tonight. We have a lot stored for going inside, so please. Okay, let's see. One more story if we have time. Let's hear it. What's your name? Let's hear it for Nick, and then we're going to wrap. Give it up for Nick!
We've lived in Northridge for 15 years, my family and I, and my kids started getting sick right before they claimed that the gas leak started. Both of my kids went to school right nearby. My son went to Nobel. My daughter went to Cleveland Core. And they both started coming home sick, and we couldn't figure out why. After they released the information that there was a gas blowout, we took action, but unfortunately there was a letter sent around by SoCalGas stating that doctors should not treat anybody who was part of the gas leak because there was nothing wrong. What we found out was that my daughter's white blood cell count had gone drastically low. She was lethargic, laying in bed. This is an active girl who was a leader in the community, in her school and in other things. My son had started having gastrointestinal problems. These are both honor students that couldn't go to their schools anymore. They wouldn't shut their school down because they said it wasn't far enough away. There were kids in both of these schools and teachers that were affected by this gas blowout. Later on, my wife contacted a corneal ulcer from the benzenes that were coming out. She nearly lost eyesight in one of her eyes. Now, all three of them and myself were all drastically affected, so much so that we decided last July that we were going to move away from the area. This is not something we wanted to do. We did not want to move from our home. We did not want to move from the area, but we had no choice. So we moved out of the area, but we are supporting everybody that is here to shut this thing down today. Shut it all down.
Shut it all down. Shut it all down.
Jerry Brown.
Jerry Brown, shut it all down right now. Jerry Brown, shut it all down right now. Jerry Brown, shut it all down right now. Jerry Brown, shut it all down right now.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to wrap this up. Please stick around. Hear from Matt Bakugo with Save Porter Ranch one last time.
All right. How many times do we want to hear these stories? We've been hearing this way too long, way too many times, from way too many people. And we know that there's a lot of people out there that don't step forward and share their bloody health stories to the world. Probably most people don't. So we're not even hearing a small fraction of what's going on, I will bet anything. So there's a lot of people here right now, and this thing hasn't even started. There will be a lot more residents inside when this thing gets started. I don't know how this, well, we know how the agenda is set up, and it's always rigged against us, right? Where we are put to the end. They'll tell us we have a minute each after their dogger and pony show of BS. So, there's a lot of us here, put it this way, we're not going to like what we see, so follow my lead. That's all I have to say. If we don't like what's going on in our lives, in our homes, with our health, and we hear more of the same BS that we've sat through for 15 months, follow my lead. Remember, Save Porter Ranch and the entire Porter Ranch, we stand for the community. Remember that. We stand for the community. So go in there tonight, tell the truth, be loud, make it undeniable what's going on to these people, to you, to your neighbor in Porter Ranch. Let's go kick their effing ass.
We're going to start with some safety and logistics announcements, and then we will get right to
And now we're going back to the live stream from Lauren Steiner. This is inside this hearing room that you just heard about. And we're going to see what they're going to do to kick their effing ass. This is live now. Woodland Hills at the Southern California gas hearing.
Either green or red exit signs that point you to the outside. That's a good way to go and move. If anything should happen, we do not expect it. We do not want it to happen. Any of these exit doors outside of the building, well away from the building.
So this is the fourth of my stream from the Aliso Canyon Gas Storage Facility reopening hearing in Woodland Hills. If you check my wall, you'll see the 3 other streams from the protest rally that happened outside with very dramatic testimony. This is the formal portion of the evening, and something is going to happen here tonight. So I encourage you to share this stream on all your pages, your Bernie pages, your fracking pages, your environmental pages, whatever pages. And I don't know if you can even hear me because I'm whispering, but yeah, so get ready to share this stream because this is what democracy looks like, folks.
Not that I want to ask you to come back if you're already here. Last thing for this before I actually start talking about the meeting, there is a policy, a hotel policy of no signs. I see that you do have some signs here. They're small, and so what I would ask you to do is keep them close, be mindful of your neighbors and their line of sight and what they need. So these are good places to hold your sign. I don't want to, so I would like to leave it at that if that's possible, if we could do that. It's bumping up against that rule, but I want to respect your desire to communicate that tonight. About this meeting. My name is Kaylin McGee. I am a facilitator. I work for a group called the Center for Collaborative Policy, which is an independent center of Sacramento State University and has been for 25 years. Our mission is to support collaborative strategies to improve policy decisions. I have a team of facilitators here today. Would my team mind just raising their hand at the moment? There are 6 of us here tonight. We have a couple in the back of the room. You'll see us as we go. We, that team I just mentioned, are committed to genuine discussions and useful meetings. And I don't ask you to trust me on this. You can watch us and just see how we do, and of course make up your own mind. The purpose of this meeting tonight is to collect comment on the safety review process for Aliso Canyon Natural Gas Storage Facility, as called for under Senate Bill 380. I can tell by the turnout, by the press, by the emotion and the communications in advance of this meeting how important this is to you. These are your homes and your health, and a lot is at stake, and thank you for coming to express this tonight. The focus of this meeting, as I mentioned, is to collect comment on the safety review process. And also, we understand that you have concerns about this facility that go well beyond the safety review process, and therefore, the California Public Utilities Commission will also be presenting tonight on a forthcoming proceeding that will ask larger questions about this facility and energy infrastructure in Southern California. So you're going to hear about that tonight, meaning this is not the last discussion. This one is, though, focused on the safety review. Some of you might have learned in the last number of days when we published the first agenda for this meeting that we were going to try small breakout groups and discussions. That meeting design was my idea. I actually talked these agencies into that idea because that is an effective way that we've had some conversations on complex topics with this many people in the room. However, we heard loud and clear that that felt like an attempt to silence you or to divide and conquer you, or anyway, we heard very specific feedback that said that's not the type of meeting that you want on this topic at this time. Therefore, we changed the agenda, and here it goes. You've got this on your chairs. We're going to start with some opening comments. Me, obviously, and then we're going to hear from the agencies. Then we will go to 2 presentations that are brief, somewhat technical. These are also available online. The daughter presentation has been pre-recorded and is available online before and after the meeting. After the presentation from the division and from CPUC regarding their proceeding, we will have a section for elected officials first, and then community representatives to speak. Then we're going to turn to public comment. And I'm going to make a promise to you that as many people want to speak tonight will get a chance to. Obviously, we have to apportion or limit time in some way to cycle through the so many limited people here, the so many people that are here today. And so I have instructions for that later on how we're going to queue up and how we're going to pass the mic. We're not going to make you stand in a line for 2 hours waiting to make your comment. We are going to find a way to get the comments around the room. So I'll be back with more instructions on that piece. Just a couple more things and we're going to get started. Like I said, elected officials, after all, they are elected officials to speak and represent and listen to you. And also we invited some community and other interest representatives to speak in advance of public comment. We wanted some different voices, some different perspectives, and here's the trick for tonight. I want to give them adequate time to say what they need, and I think I want, and I think especially you want, to get to public comment as soon as possible. So I'm going to be asking everybody tonight to say what they need and to be as brief as possible so that we can hear as much as we can. During the public comment, I've already mentioned that, didn't want to make you stand in lines. I'll provide instructions on how we're going to do that. And again, I promise you we will stay. A, we have tomorrow night if you want, if the timing doesn't work out for you tonight. B, we will take comments, as many comments as there are. Everybody who wants to speak will.
at 9 o'clock, because we said we would end at 9, I'm going to do a check just before 9 o'clock and see if there are closing comments or see if there are observations that agencies want to make. And then at that point, if there are still public comments that you want to be made or you want to stay and listen to those public comments, great, we will stay. 2 more things and I'm done. First of all, regarding comments and how to make comments tonight. We do have a stenographer over here, so there's going to be a full transcript from everything that is said tonight, and that will be on record. Second, we are going to produce a meeting summary from this meeting that will summarize general and key themes from this meeting, and that will be posted. I highly encourage anybody that has specific responses or specific information to submit a written comment through the conservation website, because those will be collected and processed according to their system. So I want to, especially if you want it acknowledged that it was received or that you have specific information that you want to submit, highly encourage you to do that as an electronic or a written submission through the website. If you want to write something, if you have information tonight, if you brought like a study or technical info or another article, where's Sarah? I need you to stand up. Will you join me up here for just a second? This is my colleague, Sarah DiVittorio. Find me or anybody else, but especially this person, and hand this person that study or that paper or whatever it is that you want to write. Thank you, Sarah. Here's the last thing I'm going to say for getting going. 2 things I'm going to say. The first is tonight is generally geared towards collecting your comments and your questions. There are not a lot of opportunities for answers and response tonight, and that's because of how many are here, and we want to focus on collecting your comments. So it's important. I realize that might not be entirely satisfying, but that is the focus and the structure of tonight. Here's the last thing I want to say. I work with a lot of agencies and do things like this and other multi-stakeholder groups that try to work through solutions. I genuinely believe that these agencies are actually here to listen to you and your concerns tonight. And once again, I do not, hold on a second. I don't ask you to trust me on that. As with everything, hold on, please. As with everything, you get to decide for yourselves. But I'm telling you, as an independent party that is working to help pull off a good meeting, that's my mission, is to help agencies talk to each other and help agencies talk to their publics. I believe these agencies are actually here to listen to you. Likewise, you're going to hear from them that they are very confident in their safety review process and measures. And so one of our goals tonight, I think, is open minds. I'm pretty sure that you want to make sure that these agencies are actually listening to and considering your comments before they make their decisions, right? We want them to have an open mind. Likewise, I'm going to ask you now to listen closely and keep an open mind at what they have to say about their safety review process, knowing that you get to make up your own mind and you get to speak for yourselves. With that, I would like to introduce 3 concepts for all of our discussion tonight. I have them as ground rules in a couple places. They're very simple. The first is be concise. We've already mentioned our goal tonight is to hear from as many as possible, and we have a lot of people that want to speak. The second is emotions are definitely okay, because this is very important to you. However, accusations, meaning they're trying to do this to me, or they think this, or the reasons they're doing that, that's actually speaking for somebody else. Please speak for yourself. Let us know what you want, what you're most worried about, what your questions are, okay? And finally, one speaker at a time, just so that there is an interruption and that we respect everybody who is speaking. I might have to stop and help us do that, but I hope not. Here we go. This is a very important topic. Thank you very much for coming. I'm now going to turn to Tim Harris from the Division of Oil, Gas, Geothermal to start.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for coming. We appreciate your attendance. This meeting represents a milestone in our effort to make certain determinations about the future of Aliso Canyon. We are very interested in hearing what you have to say. We've been working very hard with a team of engineers to implement what we believe is one of the strictest and most comprehensive set of testing regimes applied to any gas spill in the United States.
Good evening, everybody. Porter Ranch residents, please stand up in front in solidarity.
No, get away.
Please stand in solidarity with Porter Ranch.
Folks?
Right on!
Folks, so a lot of people came here tonight to attend this meeting, and they did not sign up to come to your meeting. A lot of people came to listen.
This is our community meeting.
So we're actually...
Who would like to hear what Porter Ranch has to say?
Whose meeting should this be?
Let them speak. We are allowed to speak. Let them 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 speak. I can't speak while you're doing this. I can't let you speak while you're doing this.
Thank you.
Listen, listen, stop that. Stop that. No, stop that.
This will be much more satisfying. We are not here to interfere.
We need to speak.
We are not here to stop the proceedings.
You have just stopped the proceedings.
We are not here to stop the proceedings. Listen, listen.
Let him talk. Let him talk.
Really, thank you, Dogger and CPUC, for coming to hear our community concerns. Thank you, really. We want to hear, we know you want to hear the community, so we really thank you for being here. Before I say anything else, I want to welcome our elected officials. Please know that we definitely want to hear from you as planned, and we respect your time, and that has not changed. We are not here to stop any of the proceedings. We want to hear from you. We insist our regulators hear from you no matter what, and get your comments on record. We are here to give more time to the public to speak. More for you to be heard. Who wants more people to be heard? So we appreciate the adjustments this guy has made to the agenda, but we are still concerned that this hearing format is the same hearing format that we have heard over and over again for 15 months. Yeah, so we don't want this to be the same hearing we've sat through for 15 months over and over again and have not had our health crisis heard nor addressed. And since these people and all you people have come all this way, we want to make sure that you hear us. Regarding the presentation that is planned, all this information is available online. Many of you have read it. We've seen the videos. It's all available all the time right now.
That's right.
What is not available in these documents is anything about the public health crisis. And as this gentleman just told us, there will be none about that tonight. Is that the presentation we want? No! Our community health experts will present that for you here tonight. Here's a preview.
We are still regularly smell gas in our neighborhood and in our homes. Many homes are still contaminated with benzene and whatever else. Whatever else there is.
But they won't tell us what's in that.
And we are regularly sick and experiencing symptoms of exposure. often without them come the headaches, nosebleeds, nausea, dizziness, rashes, respiratory complications, and many other health problems you will hear about tonight. People are reporting cancers and leukemia and other horrible health issues. They are saying that there is a direct relationship to the Aliso Canyon facility.
Shut it down!
When they used Aliso Canyon for the first time in a year last week, dozens of residents called the health department to report illnesses, and the AQMD got around 30 complaints of odor of the mercaptans.
Right. How many of you smelled it? How many of you got sick from it?
Yeah, we did.
Soaphill gas.
We did.
How much more time? Give me a mic and it'll go faster. How much more time? Soaphill gas has publicly said that our health claims are baseless. Are they baseless? No! Dogger, that's you over there, has said that our health isn't even your job, even though the first clause in your mission statement says, and I quote, prevent damage to life, health, property, and natural resources, end quote. So, to support your mission, we need to make it clear that if the operation of this facility results in our illness, then this facility is not safe.
Not safe! Not safe!
If you cannot absolutely state with a root cause analysis completed what caused the blowout, then you cannot claim that this facility is safe. The only appropriate action then for you and Governor Jerry Brown is to shut it all down. Shut it all down. Shut it all down. Shut it all down. Forever. Shut it all down. Forever. Shut it all down.
Shut it all down! Shut it all down!
Shut it all down. So to support your mission, we need to make it clear. I said that already. So we propose to the community a modified hearing agenda. Everything will be in it that they just said. Except we're adding something. So first, we will hear from some of our children.
You said rude? You said this is incredibly rude? You said this is rude. People's health is being affected and you said it's rude.
Representatives and agencies exactly as planned. Third, you will hear from our neighbors about their ongoing health impacts from this facility. Fourth, you will hear public comment just as planned. It's okay, Patricia.
Thank you.
Lastly, you'll hear public comment just as
It's not
he
about
said.
you,
Then
okay?
after you hear
It's
from
not
all
about
of us, we will gladly hear your
It's not about you and your
presentation,
agenda.
time permitting. You have 2 minutes each.
That's a fine meeting, but
Attention, please, everybody.
that agenda. We're going to shut down this meeting before we have
He's going to shut down the meeting. You heard him. He's going to shut down the meeting because it can't be his way.
Question, they say no.
We are the public! 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 We are the public!
Okay, I'm asking everybody. If you would like to go with the new proposed agenda,
we're going to shut down this meeting.
Stand up. If you would like to do agenda, please stand up.
Not everyone is standing.
Okay, most of them, please stand up. We got 95%. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to shut down this meeting in 5 minutes. I'm going to stop this meeting. If you don't stop talking, we'll still have to
Sure.
We'll stay!
I'm going to try to let them speak, but you need to let me start this meeting. Or I'm going to stop this meeting and you can all go home.
Good for you! We'll stay!
give you a chance to give you a chance to speak, or I'm going to stop the meeting. Where would you like to?
We are speaking! We are speaking!
Nothing can happen while we're doing this. Nothing can happen while we're doing this. Let me explain the format. This is getting nowhere. This is doing nothing.
We've already heard it. We need to shut it down. Elementary school has...
Okay.
Come on, this.
So we're very close to canceling this meeting.
I have a nosebleed.
Unless you let me make space.
When I was watching basketball with my dad, I had a nosebleed very badly. I had to wait for 10 minutes so my nosebleed could stop. So we had to shut it down.
We're speaking. The child is speaking. Let the child finish.
This guy is so stupid, he doesn't realize what's going on now. He wants to stick to his own agenda, and he's ignoring an entire room of people. This is only making him look bad on the mainstream media, who are all here tonight.
This is shameful. Excuse me, please. This is shameful.
Let them speak!
What SoCal Gas has done to us.
Porter Ranch, you're better than this. You are better than this.
Hey, let the kids speak!
You are better than this. You are better than this, please.
No!
Hello, my name is Henry. I'm from the
I don't need to win.
Do you know how scary it is as a kid to constantly have your nose bleed and you can't make stops? It was hard to even think. At school we couldn't learn, there was no more playing outside, and many of our friends moved away. Our house moved and our
I'm not arguing at all.
Out.
I'm trying to make a forum where people can speak.
Be quiet!
Child. He's talking over a child.
This is no way to hold public meeting.
This
There is no commentator. The stenographer can hear nothing.
And none of you are willing to find
No,
out
nobody
why.
can hear anything over this.
Last Tuesday, when they took
This
my
is
kid
not
out of
that's
the
correct.
my mom got a call from my brother. After another dose.
You can hold your own meeting.
He's had a normal headache every day since then. Why? Why are you going to the this way? So we have more money. Are you really happy? Go quietly and step to this
No, because many people came to comment, not just on this. And we have to make space for this and other things. This is not a meeting.
Excuse me, if I may, for 1 second. 1 second, please. I don't live in Porter Ranch. My granddaughter lives there. She's in the hospital now fighting leukemia. But this meeting is not going to go anywhere like this. We need to work together to hear.
Thank you. Thank you. We are working. We will take the microphone and be heard.
And that's all I'm saying.
We will take the microphone and be heard.
All right.
So, thank you. We had 4 other parents with kids that wanted to speak tonight. Where are you guys? Come on up.
None of your comments are being registered. None of this is making it into the record.
Are you going to speak? Awesome.
Listen up!
I would have nosebleed when I was at home. When I was watching basketball with my dad, suddenly I wiped my nose and then turned on the light, and I saw it was blood, and it took 10 minutes until it stopped. I had it now. I had it enough. I want to shut it down.
Any other kids waiting their lunch this week tonight? Okay, so now we will have our elected officials speak just as planned. Thank you. Our elected officials will be up next.
Are you done? Is it done?
Well, this portion of it.
Yeah. So how do you think that went, Mark Morris?
Oh, I think the people have spoken, and I think the people are speaking, and the people are coughing, and the people are having bloody noses, and this has got to stop because all that Southern California Gas is interested in is profit. And here are the people to say shut it all down.
The first thing I did tonight before this meeting started was I walked outside to Mr. Paducno and I gave him a card so that he could be one of the first speakers and community representatives that could speak in the event. And that just happened instead. How many people are here to say something different or learn something from the presentation tonight, that came here tonight? So here's what's going to happen next. Here's what's going to happen next. I'm going to turn to the people that you have elected to office, and I'm going to let them speak.
That's what democracy looks like.
And I hope you demonstrate enough decorum that the people who are in this room can hear them speak and we can register their comments.
Yes.
Senator Stern.
I wasn't a senator until just now, so I'm trying to work as hard as I can for you. I just got into office. My name's Henry Stern, and I'm your state senator. I know what you're going through. I was in Porter Ranch the day we discovered the blowout. I was at Shepherd of the Hills when hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of you showed up. I've seen, you've texted me your photos. I've seen the nosebleeds and the nausea. I've seen the pets you've lost and the family members that have been injured. I know that this is taking courage to come out here tonight and to share your stories. And I want to thank everybody here. I don't care what organization you're in. I don't care who you're affiliated with, but I want to thank you for exercising your democratic right to be heard by showing up.
Had to get a battery.
I also want to thank the agencies for showing up tonight to hear you.
Yeah.
I want to thank them for sitting here and listening to this. I really do appreciate that the PUC and Dogger and these agencies are willing to sit on this stage and feel the outrage in this community. Because you can get bogged down in PowerPoints and presentations and procedure. It's an easy thing to do. But I know this is much more human, that this is visceral, that this is your family, that this is your kids. So I want you to know that. And that as your public servant here, and your other representatives, your city council, and your supervisor here, we come from all different political stripes. This is not about politics tonight. This is about protecting the community of Porter Ranch in the North Valley, This is about righting wrongs, and this is about getting your life back on track.
Listen up, you might learn something. What do you think, sir? Thank you.
So, what I do hope is, with all this pressure that we feel in this room, all this energy, that we can channel this. We can channel this outrage into somewhere constructive. And so we're working right now with the administration to try to get some resolution here. My simple comment tonight to you all was going to be, let's take a pause here. And let's wait until we move into discussing what to do with that gas field until we get to the bottom of what happened there back in October.
What the hell happened? What the hell happened? What the hell happened?
We don't know yet. We don't know yet. We do know that the staff of Dogger and the PUC have been working very diligently over the last 15 months to check on the safety of a number of the other wells. And that's what they're going to talk to you about tonight. The central tension is that we still don't have answers about SS-25. And that process, in my humble opinion, has taken too long. But with your energy tonight, we can shake that loose and we can start moving this thing forward. So they have not made up their minds yet. And I think if they can hear you, and hear each and every one of you, as your facilitator mentioned, as Caleb mentioned, if we can structure the rest of this meeting so that we get into the details of what's happened to each of you, that will have some impact on the meeting. So know that you do have recourse through the legislature, and that we have legislation that is going to be heard next week to keep that facility shut down. But we don't have to go that route if we find some other resolution here tonight. So I would just submit to you all that your goal should be to find the quickest possible resolution of this, to keep that facility shut down, to make sure that all the costs and all the health impacts that you've been aggrieved with are rectified, that you don't pay a single cent to the gas company to make them whole, because you guys are the ones who need to be made whole. You all are the ones who need to be made whole. So I promise you again that regardless of political stripe, we are going to be working hand in hand with the City Council and the Board of Supervisors and the State Legislature to make sure that your voices are heard. But I want you to give them a chance, and I want you to listen to them. I appreciate we are in an era that exceeds any process, right? And this outrage does trump any agenda. So
no pun intended.
Right? I get that. So thank you for expressing yourselves with the kind of fervor. But let's get focused now. Let's go do our homework now, and let's get down to details, okay? So I want to pass the mic over, if appropriate, to the councilman here. Your councilman, Mitch Englander, as soon as I called this man on the phone and said, we need your help, this is an emergency, and we need to get this bill moving in case things don't go right, he stepped up.
Yeah, this is bullshit. This man only comes out when the cameras are here. Trust me. I've been working with the Food and Water Watch people. This man is just not interested. But he's here tonight.
Check if it was okay. We don't need their permission to go forward. We have your permission. We have your permission. So, your councilman's here tonight. I'll let him announce his progress and all the hard work he's been doing. But listen, I want to thank you, and I want, let's focus
See, these
here.
politicians, they have each other's back. They cover for each other. They're not going to be the answer. The people in this room shutting it down are the answer. Share this video.
If you find what they say compelling, then maybe we find resolution. But what I'm waiting for, and my bottom line, is you. So that's what's going to guide us going forward. That's the only thing that gives us strength your vote and your faith in our system. So thank you for coming out tonight. We got your back.
Yeah, thank you.
We got your back.
Yeah, he says that now, but where have they been for the past 6 months?
Thank you, Ben.
I'm Councilmember Mitchell Englander, for those of you that don't know me. Thank you for, first of all, our state senator. Let's give it up.
Yeah!
I gotta tell you, and just listening to everything he just said, I gotta tell you, this is a guy who not only ran and won for the right reasons, that when he says he's got our back in the state capitol.
Look at these politicians. They're sitting here congratulating each other. That's what they do all the fucking time.
Really appreciate it. He's a good friend of this community, and we're grateful to have you. So thank you very much. Really appreciate it.
A mutual admiration society up here.
So, this community, first, I want to address what happened here earlier. And I want to thank you for coming out and hosting this meeting here in the community. I'm sorry there wasn't free parking, but SoCal Gas, I think, should have paid for the parking. But, but I want to thank you guys for coming out. And in fact, it was interesting, because I was thinking about what's going to happen. Are they going to shut it down like the meeting? Or are they going to listen a little bit to the passion and the emotion of this community? And that's what we just saw, this demonstration, because I've never witnessed that, and I sit through legislative hearings every day. And I've been at many town halls with many of you often. I've led them, I've participated, and I've been an audience member through that. All right? That must be SoCal Gas, I think. All right. They don't like me very much. Anyway. So through all of that emotion and coming out here, and what you saw, and what I was able to think about before I came up here on stage, was that this community has been emotionally damaged. They've been psychologically damaged. They've been physically damaged, financially damaged, and medically damaged. That's what this is about.
And we're still getting sick.
And living in fear. And living in the shadow of a facility that should not be co-located with a community. I started thinking about Henry's bill. Let's not even consider, by the way, his bill does not say let's reopen it once we know the root cause. It says, let's not even have the discussion or consider it until we know the root cause. A little bit of a difference there. Now with that, I started thinking about that. You would not get on an airplane that had engine failure, that was grounded, and they're telling you, well, we're not sure what caused it, but go ahead and get back on. You wouldn't do that. We're asking you to make sure that you don't put us back in that situation on that airplane.
Yes.
Keep it grounded. Now with that, I also did an emergency piece of legislation to support SB 146. It was signed this afternoon. I want to thank our mayor, it was passed unanimously by the council, so I appreciate that. But that's just a message. It's a resolution. It's a resolution to say the city of Los Angeles and the mayor of Los Angeles do not want this facility open, and we want to know what happened. That's what that says. So now we've got support from the federal government, we've got support from the state government, we've got support from the county, by the way, our new supervisor, who I get the honor to introduce in a moment. And we've got the support from the city, but most importantly, we have the support from the community. Saying, we don't care what the science and the technology hired by the gas company tells us. At this point, we want to know what really happened, what caused it. So it's not that complicated, right? So that's where we're at today. Now, I really thought about writing a strong letter that I was going to read into the record. And I didn't do that. I didn't write a letter to read into the record. And I didn't do so because I read one that I knew I couldn't write better. I was blown away when I read, we couldn't use blown away, we shouldn't use it. When I read the Porter Ranch Neighborhood Council letter that was submitted today, that was submitted as part of the record, I will tell you word for word, and I ask all of you, please, if you read anything that any of them submit, put that on top and read it. I support it. I would have been happy to sign on to it. It absolutely makes a lot of sense.
Read it out loud. Read it out loud.
I'll let you guys read it out loud. So I want to thank you for doing that. I want to thank all of you for coming out here. And I think Henry said it best. No matter where you're from, what organizations, we don't always see eye to eye, but we're always eye to eye on this issue. We're always eye to eye on protecting our community and protecting our families. This is a community that I live in. Right outside my window, you know what I see? In my home, when I look out my window. Aliso Candy, yeah. No, I see SS25. Right outside my window of my home. That's where I live. Wow. And I live in Granada Hills. You can see the whole facility exactly right from my window of my home. My family was impacted. I met with many of you and your children, and I've seen what's happened. And I want to share one last thing with you, because this to me is personal. And I shared this yesterday, for those of you who were in council. I wasn't going to talk yesterday. We had another resolution yesterday. For those of you that don't know or may not know, we had a resolution yesterday to oppose the new pick for the EPA.
Yeah! Yeah! Woo!
And to me, and I think Henry said it best too, it's not a partisan issue for me. We had a resolution to oppose him because he wants to make sure that California doesn't have stricter controls in the air we breathe, and the water we drink, and he wants to eliminate that from us. And after what I've experienced, not just with Aliso, but quite frankly in my life, this week was 11 years ago this week, on Monday, that my sister died from asthma at 40 years old. And growing up here in the San Fernando Valley with third stage smog alerts, growing up out here where we had to play inside the classroom, much of like what I saw with Aliso, where we had to relocate 2,000 kids into 2 schools during the holidays, seeing kids being forced to stay indoors, not even knowing if the indoor air was clean. That's why I ran for office, because of what's happened to me. And it's ironic to me, and it's quite frankly, I'm not lost in it, and I think there's a reason for it, that this hearing is this week, 11 years later. So that means something to me personally, and for what you guys have been through. I've been there with you from the beginning. I won't leave you. I'm there for you to the end. And we're going to keep fighting until we make sure that this community is made whole, we have restorative justice, and all of you are safe. So thank you for coming out here tonight. I truly appreciate it. I've got the great honor of introducing somebody who's really, really special here. And our supervisor, Catherine Martin.
Yeah!
Those of you that know, we were on the trail together. And I really got to know this remarkable human being who is incredibly knowledgeable and passionate, who's got our back on the county. None like I've ever seen with a local elected official who really gets it and cares about all of us. And I'm just in awe over her, and I'm so glad that you're our representative on the board. So thanks for being here tonight.
And I just have to say, I'm picking up from where Mike Yiannopoulous left off. And as many of you know, in this room, we had over 6,000 homes evacuated over a year ago. And the purpose of this hearing, at least from where I'm coming from, is to let our state representative, the senator, as well as the PUC and DOGR know that as the County of Los Angeles, and we are united on this, we do not want that open
until we have specific reasons as to why the leak occurred, how we can guarantee to the community that it's not going to happen again, and quite frankly, we want to know, is this really a necessary place for us to be storing gas? I'm going to yield my time because as much as, you know, as a political person, I can tell you what my opinion is. I've got county health here who wants to address seismic concerns as well. I'm sorry, county fire here that's going to address seismic concerns. And I've got county health here who's going to discuss health concerns. But I really would urge you all, and I plead with you, this is not a political, this is a bipartisan, this is a passionate plea. You have people in this audience who I've known for over a year who are frustrated, fed up, and don't feel like they're being heard. And it is our job as electeds, and your job as our representatives as well, because in fact, you are an extension of all of us, for you to understand that in our office over the last 2 weeks, we've been called twice by the gas company and told that there are going to be brownouts, possibly blackouts. And then that was rescinded. And you know, credibility is important. Credibility is important not only in politics, but also as it relates to what's going on with the gas company. And the credibility for a lot of people in this room, and again, we dealt with the relocation, the fact that there were many that didn't get their reimbursements in a timely fashion. So we understand the frustration these communities have. So with that, I would like to yield the remainder of my time to County Fire and to County Health Club to tell you from their standpoint, because again, I'm talking about the fact that we have a united front, both county and city, pleading with you, asking you not to move forward with this. Listen to the senator. We support the senator. The need to ensure that we have answers for the community should be first and foremost. But if you don't believe us, listen to the experts who are going to deal with any catastrophe that takes place, who have dealt with it, from county fire to the health department. And then with that, during public comment, because I feel these two agencies are the most important here right now, our attorneys will address issues such as CEQA. There is a question in terms of legality, even moving forward.
Okay, so folks, I don't have the bandwidth to stream this whole thing, so it's going to be taken over by Alexandra Nagy. I put her name in the comments, so please go to her stream.
Antifas, the people who toppled over the light fixture and are kind of the core group of this protest and have been breaking windows and things. They are the ones who are following me around with signs and blocking the camera and asking not to be filmed. They're pretty hostile to the press and also very secretive about their own identities. If if you're just joining me, I'm at University of California, Berkeley, where protesters have broken windows and toppled a light fixture outside of the MLK Student Union, where Milo Yiannopoulos, the senior editor of Breitbart and prominent figure of the alt-right, was scheduled to speak. The event has been canceled, and police have declared it an unlawful assembly and said they would start using chemical agents like tear gas, pepper spray. They've shot something into the crowd about 20 minutes ago. Whether that was tear gas or rubber bullets, I don't know. But they've announced from the second floor of the auditorium that they will be taking further action soon.
Emphatic.
There's going to be a dispersal order at some point.
What's up, Revolutionaries? DC here. Right now you're watching the BuzzFeed live stream as well as Fox News aerial shot of UC-Berkeley protests that are happening against the speaking event of Milo, whatever the fuck that asshole's name is. It has been shut down by the cops. And we have been watching, prior to this, we've been watching Lauren Steiner's live stream from the Aliso Canyon hearings here in Southern California. Southern California Gas Company wants to reopen the facility out there at Porter Ranch, near Porter Ranch. It's been making people sick out there for a couple of years now, at least. Not the only facility here where that's happening as well. So we've been watching that, and I want to thank Lauren Steiner for going out there and getting this stream. I'm looking for another stream she recommended to pick up the hearing, but I'm not having any luck finding it. So we're going to stick with this UC-Berkeley protest and see what's going on there. Thanks to BuzzFeed for their feed and Fox News for their aerial shot. Bringing that to you here at OurRevolution.tv. Subscribe to the channel. Get notifications for when we go live for these kinds of events, which I have a feeling we're going to do a lot of over the next few years. We're going to be live from the Medicare for All rally on Saturday here in Los Angeles at Pershing Square, along with Kenneth Mejia, Green candidate for the only U.S. congressional election this year, the open seat of District 34 in California, Javier Becerra's seat, who is now the Attorney General. They're doing a special election, and there's a Green candidate on the slate, along with 20 candidates. And we're going to be trailing him on Saturday for this during this Medicare for All rally here in Los Angeles. Let's go back to Berkeley while I look for more hearing footage. Thanks for tuning in. Peace.
the alarm is going off. Likely has been for an hour at least.
Third, and again, this is what you mentioned, one more thing that's colleagues success and others will say. But the need for a comprehensive health study is necessary. We have to determine whether and how the recurrent and persistent symptoms correlate with emissions from the field. And that's before, during, and after the incident. And because we're going to continue to see symptoms appearing. Right. And without this information, we really can't address the health concerns and needs of the affected residents, and they will be unable to achieve, as has been said previously, the necessary closure to move on with their lives. That's basically it. Thank you very much. I look forward to it.
Natural gas blowout hearing, the engine room only crowd, probably about 500 or 600 people. They asked us questions early on of whether the room was over capacity.
So thank you, Mr. Harris and Mr. Sullivan, for listening. I appreciate it very much. I'm Scott Burleson. I'm the board member for the Porter Ranch area and all of Ward District 3. Who I represent, I think, are the most important people, and that's the kids. You know, when we had the gas leak and we moved our students, it was a tremendous job. We had to move 2 schools to 2 different locations in 3 weeks. And we were able to do that. And what a lot of people don't know, it wasn't just moving the kids. We were going to scatter them through the valley in different places where we had space. But the parents said, no, we want our kids to stay together. And we did do that. We did do that. Porter Ranch kids stayed together, and Castle Bay Lane children stayed together. Not only did we move the kids, we moved their furniture. And you may say, why in the world are you moving their furniture? Well, we moved their same desks. The same desks where they put chewing gum underneath. They had their same desk at the new school. It was part of trying to make it look like LA was in location. So the LAUSD school board did a lot. So, you know, we're a very big district. We go from San Pedro all the way to, oh my goodness, to Silmar. We go from Porter Ranch all the way to East LA. And we have 7 board members. I am one of the 7. And on the very rare occasions when school board members all vote the same, very rare occasions, every one of them voted for the Porter Ranch shutdown. Every So, now to my official words. I am opposed to the reopening of the Aliso Canyon Natural Gas Storage Facility. This is in order to protect the public health and safety of our students, our parents, our teachers, our staff, and our community. My primary responsibility is to protect the safety of our students. Relocating these children again is nothing I ever want to do again. I should never have to happen again. Never. And without knowing the root cause of the largest gas blowout in the history of the United States, I cannot support the reopening of the Aliso Canyon. That is why I do support Senator Stern's Senate Bill 146. Now, looking live, the LA Unified School District is willing to partner with businesses, engineers, scientists, and other government agencies to train and educate our students to be leaders in clean, safe, and sustainable energy generation storage. Thank you very much.
getting tired.
From Congressman Sherman's office or from...
The failure of just one of these wells took nearly 4 months to repair, venting an astonishing 109,000 metric tons of methane. As our councilman referenced, now that the housing development for nearly 30,000 people has grown up around the facility, our first responsibility must be the safety of the residents. It is absolutely unacceptable that more than 5,000 families were forced from their homes as a result of this disaster. Conducting inspections, shutting down the weakest wells, and installing continuous leak monitors are good steps. But I have deep concerns about whether this facility can ever be considered truly safe. And it is in my view that the most responsible action would be to permanently shut down the facility. It is time for Southern California to stop relying on a massive individual facility that are prone to failure, like Aliso Canyon. We need to redesign our energy systems to embrace flexible, safe, renewable, alternative energies, and put our minds down and commit to supporting the residents of Porter Ranch every step of the way. Thank you.
Thank you to Senator Feinstein, who just sent a message that she wants Aliso Canyon permanently shut down.
Very brief. Congressman Sherman, he lives in Porter Ranch with his family, his 3 young daughters. His house is about as close as it is to SS 25. He asked that I deliver this statement on his behalf, his words. SoCal Gas is responsible for the largest methane.
In the streets of downtown Berkeley, someone was wearing a Make America Great Again hat and clashed with protesters pretty violently. Several Antifas, those are the people in all black covering their faces, they rushed the guy in the Make America Great Again hat, took the hat, they've since burned it. Sorry, I'm seeing a Captain America punching Hitler sign that's really bloody, and that's kind of what they did to this guy. Pushed him up against a fence and kicked him on the ground up against the metal barricades that the police had set up for the Milo Yiannopoulos event, which has been recently canceled. A crowd of at least probably 2,000 people is milling about at Bancroft and Telegraph in downtown Berkeley, right next to campus. They've since moved. They've moved from the hall where Milo Yiannopoulos was supposed to speak. The police declared it an unlawful assembly, though that didn't really stop anybody. They just seemed to want to march.
You should not even consider giving SoCal Gas what they want now unless you act simultaneously to require the expeditious implementation of the toughest mandatory safety standards, including deep subsurface safety valves. Additionally,
Each well should have appropriate live gauges and monitors that utilities, state officials, and the public online. I look forward to this never happens again in San Fernando Valley or anywhere else. Thank you.
Do we have a board Ranch neighborhood council here that would like to speak in this?
Okay, so I'm going to read from our president's speech, so I'll have to adjust it a little bit. I'm the Vice President of the Porter Ranch Neighborhood Council, representing more than 30,000 residents in the city of Los Angeles. I'm here speaking on behalf of the Neighborhood Council, not the city of Los Angeles. As everyone knows, the Porter Ranch Neighborhood Council has taken a clear position on this matter. We believe that this facility is incompatible with its urban environment because it represents a clear danger to public health, as demonstrated by the 4-month disaster caused by the catastrophic failure of one of its 115 wells. Yesterday, we, the Porter Ranch Neighborhood Council, submitted extensive comments on the findings of the Department of Conservation regarding the well safety review and on those of the Public Utilities Commission regarding the storage volume needs. I will not take this public testimony time to repeat those comments, but I do want to articulate our general perspective and overarching position. We are dismayed that in all the calculations made by all the engineers and experts, no one has bothered to factor in the risk to public health. When it comes down to cost versus public health, there should be no argument. In the 21st century California, we should not be compromising public health because we don't know what to do with an archaic energy delivery system.
At the last election, the Porter Ranch Neighborhood Council was taken over by former members or current members of Save Porter Ranch.
In a high demand emergency is not lost on us. To be clear, we are referring to a real emergency, not a fabricated one. Company customers are concerned about potential shortages and high demand days. To that end, we are proposing a very straightforward solution that should be acceptable to everyone. Maintaining Aliso Canyon in its current status, which is closed, which is an emergency supply facility only and not an operating facility. Not an operating facility, okay? We don't want to reopen it. There needs to be a clear delineation of what constitutes an emergency gas need, not a fabricated one.
Yeah!
For example, all supply lines must be 100% capacity before an emergency withdrawal takes place.
Yeah!
Recognize that the facility is a clear threat to public health that needs to be retired. We need that facility decommissioned. For the retirement and decommission of this facility, and implement the necessary changes in the gas delivery system to eliminate the need for Aliso Canyon. Get that gas to us without Aliso Canyon. Yeah, it's quite cooler. This approach satisfies any concerns about gas supply shortages, real or imaginary. The community's goal of ending its nightmare. This solution is feasible. It only needs the state to believe in it and want to implement it. Our people deserve to have their basic human right to live in a safe and healthy environment. God knows we have earned that right after living through 4 months of hell, and the hell continues. And for anyone to have the audacity to ask us to give more of our lives and our health in this matter is simply outrageous. Thank you.
a natural gas blowout here, whether to
My name is
reopen.
I'm a council member from the city of Maywood, located in southeast Los Angeles County. I'm here to speak about the situation. Natural gas, I believe, is an essential and much needed resource to fuel Southern California. Purchasing at a lower cost and being able to store it makes this resource much more affordable for all of us, in particular to residents in my community with a poverty level is close to 30%, and that is why this topic is important. As leader and model for clean energy, no other state tops California. However, our current infrastructure still relies on 60% of our electricity to be generated by natural gas. I come from a city that has been heavily polluted for decades with heavy cancer-causing toxins like arsenic and lead. And unfortunately, those that were responsible for for poisoning our communities have not been nowhere near as responsive, in my opinion, as the gas company. And so, if Southern California Gas has complied with all the new regulations and technology upgrades, I humbly ask that they be allowed to open these.
Our study and studies by the government show that there is more than enough natural gas without using any from Aliso.
Hello, I'm Tracy Hernandez. I'm the founding CEO of VISTA, the LA County Business Foundation. We have 325,000 companies employing 3 million people in the 88 cities in Los Angeles County. I'm also the former publisher of the Los Angeles Daily News, and I totally appreciate free speech and support your act of being here and communicating with our regulators. I want to direct my remarks to our agency professionals and experts. I thank you for holding this forum and coming down
SoCal
to
Gas pays for half the
on
business
behalf of
budget.
our 3 million families that live here in the basin and
Right all over his face. He said he was punched by a group of anti-fascists, Antifas. They're the people who are walking. There are people who are walking around in all black, like faces covered, like kind of similar uniform, very menacing. They are the ones who toppled the lighting structure that caught on fire, and have been kind of antagonistic towards the police throughout the night.
SoCal Gas pays half the BizFed's bill.
So, like, you're expressing your opinions. You're
Everybody. Hey, do you remember how upset you got to be earlier when you felt like I wasn't giving you a chance to speak? Do you remember that? I'm suggesting that you follow the same rules that you asked for. I'm suggesting that you follow the same rules that you asked for. Would you like to continue, Mr. Davis?
So I'm here representing 325,000 employers and 3 million families.
some people who are here interested in seeing it, but we're going to move right now to other comments.
Yeah!
And you've demonstrated what is necessary in order to have this public comment. We're going to have a line here and a line here. If you'd like to speak, please line up.
Let the children go first. They have bedtime.
Sure, check. All right, first we're going to start at this line and we're going to alternate. Please introduce yourselves when you come to the mic. We have a timer that we're going to show, and that is simply to try to move through these people. I wish I could give you all the time that you wanted. We're going to give 2 minutes. I'm going to move through the speakers.
I am going to move over to bring them
My
along.
family and I have been severely impacted by the negligence of the Southern California Gas Company and their failure to operate a facility which does not harm the community it is located next to. For 112 days, my community was poisoned with over 94,000 metric tons of methane gas, methyl mercaptans, benzene, xylene, toluene, and a variety of other toxic chemicals, which to this day have never been made known to us because SoCalGas claims it is proprietary information. I strongly believe that this facility has had leaks prior to the blowout of October 2015, but we were never made aware of these releases. It has also been documented that since the moratorium on any withdrawals or injections at Aliso Canyon, that there have been numerous other releases, spills, fires, and leaks. It is not unreasonable to ask for that facility to remain closed until the cause of the blowout has been determined. It is not unreasonable to demand that no release of methane and toxins is acceptable from Aliso Canyon. And it is not unreasonable to ask for that facility to remain shut down until a comprehensive health study has been done. The reports of cancer in our community have risen drastically, and I am personally filled with anxiety about what the effects are of being poisoned by SoCalGas, and I know from the experience that I've had what the short-term health effects are. There are headaches, dizziness, burning eyes, blurry vision, nausea, bloody noses, plugged ears, sinus inflammation, just to name a few. And if you allow them to reopen this facility, I feel that my family and many others will be leaving in droves, and it will forever change the dynamic of a once peaceful community. We never knew that the second largest methane gas storage facility was in our backyard, and it was never disclosed to us, but it doesn't matter now. They are a dangerous neighbor with a reckless disregard for humanity, and they need to know.
We're going to come to this side next. After 4 comments, there are some people who do not have the ability to stand in line and wait like this, and my facilitators are going to bring them the microphone after 4 comments, okay? This side next. Please go right ahead.
You insult our intelligence by telling us that this gas was stopped at any time. My name is Myrna Lightstone. Remember it. I'm the crazy lady who said they're poisoning us a year ago. Only what we didn't know is they were poisoning us long before it. This is not just Porter Ranch.
Nope.
It's throughout the entire valley. We could smell it in Calabasas coming through the canyons. Our friend who never had a nosebleed in Tarzana was bleeding.
Yep.
A week and a half ago to 2 weeks ago, at 6:30 in the morning, my husband woke up with uncontrollable bleeding. The fire trucks arrived, the ambulance arrived, and what happened? He went to Northridge Hospital. They don't give a damn that we are poisoned.
Show it to these guys. Show it to them.
They don't give a damn that their property values are 0. They don't give a damn about you or the thousands of people who have been poisoned.
All they care about is their money that they're making. They care about their special interests. They don't care because Governor Brown's sister is on the board. You people have been poisoned. They don't give a damn. Let all their families move into these areas.
That's right. Yeah. Where do you guys live?
This is an outrage that in our free country that we can allow you liars to tell us that this has stopped leaking. You have 2/3 of your wells that have never even been tested. That never stopped. Your leak has been going and going and going. You tell us it stopped, it's a goddamn lie. It's all bullshit.
Yeah!
Bullshit. How dare they even say they may open these wells? These wells need to be closed forever.
That's right.
And all the gas taken out of it. Yes. This gas cannot remain in our area.
Let her speak.
At all.
Thank
they
you.
cannot stay here. You need to fight. You need to blockade their goddamn wells and take action because they don't give a shit about any of us. And you remember that. They don't care. All they care is about their money. And who's getting paid off for this? Ask that question. Who's getting the goddamn payments? Who are you paying? You're not paying us. You're destroying our lives and have destroyed our lives with dizzy spells, blackouts, cancer, lung infections, sinus infections. The hell with all of you!
Hi, my name is Ben Kazor. We are one of the first families to move up to Northridge Country Village when it was Northridge Country Village in Southport Ranch State. That was in 1985. We were the 4th residents to move in. There was just dirt up there. There's thousands and thousands of homes up there at the moment. Our lives were completely changed and uprooted in the last October 2015 blowout of Aliso Canyon. My family immediately felt the effects of the massive methane blowout, the largest in U.S. history, which was approximately 1/4 to 1/2 mile away from our home. The bloody noses, severe headaches, rashes, coughing, fatigue, sore throats, dizzy spells, sleepless nights, just to name a few. I'm sure every one of us who live up in the territory know exactly what I'm coming from. I had gone to various doctors, internists, ENTs with my bloody noses, cardiologists, and as of yesterday was advised by my nephrologist to take an ultrasound on my kidneys and bladder. These various symptoms were caused by not only the methane gas, the other contributing factors were the oil that had erupted and spewed all over my beautiful home, inside and outside. The inspector that was sent out by the David Morse Company found oil stains all over my house, all over my 3 cars. As of today, we are still trying to find out what are the types of chemicals that were in that well. We still don't know. I needed to protect my family, and we relocated 7 months. We were out of our house in 7 different locations. Most of you also relate to that as well. I'll be done in a second. We had symptoms when we came back on weekends. For 1 hour at the house to water the plants and to take out the trash or get our mail, we were sickened by coming into the house for 1 hour. Our symptoms just continued. They're still continuing right now. My children have moved out of our house and are very concerned about our long-term health, as everyone else has. Shut it down.
not able to stand in line. Obviously, we're going well over the 2 minutes. That only matters to those of you behind in line. Obviously, I can't stop you. So, please, right here.
Hello, my name is Sherry Darrell-Hunnian. I'm on the Porter Ranch Neighborhood Council. However, I come to you today as a mother of twin 14-year-old girls, and I'll start. Okay, so our life has not been the same since October 23rd, 2015. My girls are 8th graders at Porter Ranch Community School. They were in 7th grade at the time, and that was interesting because on 10/23, it happened on a Friday, and Monday through Friday the next week, they were training for some kind of running competition. And we all smelled gas, and they said, Mr. Morales, the PE teacher, can we please, we don't want to run, it's like, smells like gas. And it's the closest school to this SS22 or 25, whatever. And they said, Mom, don't call the principal because we don't want to miss the 5K run or whatever. And I said, I'm sorry, but you guys have borderline asthma. I've heard all these stories, people are getting nosebleeds. I don't think it's safe. And I called the school didn't know anything about it. And this is on day 7. They'd already been running a mile each day for 5 days. So the school didn't know. The office staff in the school didn't know. I asked to speak to your principal on this, and the school had no emergency plan. You have a fire, you do a fire drill. You have an earthquake, you do an earthquake drill. They even have a terrorist drill out of the CHP in West Valley. But guess what? This is the biggest gas leak ever. They don't have a plan. How do we tell the schools? How do we tell the residents? They didn't even put it on those freeway signs like a kid being stolen. They didn't do the little thing on the TV, beep, 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 flash flood. So guess what? My goal is to start an emergency preparedness committee in Porter Ranch, and that's just the beginning.
30 seconds.
Okay, so the thing that I want to talk about is our quality of life. There's no emergency plan, there's no drills, there's no nothing. And the ramification is the uncertainty. You have an earthquake, it's a few seconds, your buildings fall down, you build them back up, and you're done. A few aftershocks. You have a fire, your house burns down, whatever, you have insurance, it comes back. You have a gas leak, and you are screwed. Nobody tells you.
10 seconds.
You have all these things, and at the end of the day, all we want is to strengthen our community, enjoy our liberty, be happy, enjoy our family, and not move our schools, and we just don't want this in our backyard. Do you?
No!
Thank you.
Please, pass the mic to our participant. This woman right here.
I would like to be able to speak to the gentleman on the stage, please.
Very nice.
Respectfully.
Yes.
I want to let you know that the gas company can reliably be counted on to lie to you and to lie to us. They've done it repeatedly. Actually, the smells occurred before it was reported, at least a month before. It smelled. Those of us who live in Chatsworth and Granada Hills surround Porter Ranch. We suffered as much as Porter Ranch, but the narrative from the gas company is that it was limited to Porter Ranch. But if you take an aerial view and you draw a line from well SS25 to Devonshire and Chatsworth, to Devonshire in Granada Hills, to Devonshire and Porter Ranch, it's all the same distance. And millions of us, several million people in the San Fernando Valley have suffered. It is not Porter Ranch alone. Many of the wells are as much as 80 years old. It was taken over from Standard Oil. When they say it's just a storage facility, research tells us that 40% of the natural gas has been retailed to other corporations. And so it travels from Utah and Texas to us, and 40% to other corporations, many of them outside of the United States. And we have to pay the price. I'm elderly now, and when I called the Porter Ranch, the gas company, to ask for help because I was having chest pain, I was told, we're doing nothing for those in Chatsworth and Granada Hills, even though many more of us live there. We're doing nothing, and they wouldn't even talk to me. So when they transported 5,000 people out of Porter Ranch, those of us who also needed to go couldn't. And we had no help from the governor. The governor's sister is an owner. And the governor did not call a national emergency. He's the only one who could have done that. A national emergency would have meant that FEMA came in to help those of us who weren't being helped. Lastly, and this is very important, I think, the gas company tells us that their last narrative is a scare tactic. They frightened the news media into saying, oh my goodness, there won't be energy available in the winter months. Yes. Even though Edison has said they have more than enough to share with us. And in fact, in yesterday's newspaper, in yesterday's Los Angeles Times, there was a story about Edison building a huge battery plant and in no time at all can supply a lot of energy all over the place, an excess amount of energy. There's the headline, right there. Yes. Edison can take over. We will not be without energy. We will not be cold in the winter because we don't need SoCal gas. The wells, as much as 80 years old, have deteriorated, are rusting, and every few days we get notifications from the gas company on the internet saying, whoops, we've got another spill. Oh well, it's time that it's shut down. They have taken profits, they have made an enormous amount of profits in the 80 years since they bought it from Standard Oil. And it's time to go. Everything has a lifetime, and they've lived their life.
Definitely.
Thank you.
Definitely. Shut it all down.
Yes, thank you. Good evening. My name is Arnold Saxon. I'm from Redondo Beach. Nice job. And you've had a lot of people stand up yelling about shut the well down. How many people can stand up and say they knew this storage facility was in existence 2 years ago? Nobody. And why is that? The largest facility in the West Coast, west of the Mississippi, 3 miles wide, 90 billion cubic feet of gas, and nobody in this room knew about it. I'll bet your elected officials knew about it. They planned a 30,000 home community around it. Who would do that? Who cares? So you're going to turn to your elected officials for results. Maybe people have said the gas company will lie to everybody. Maybe if you put elected officials in charge of the utilities, you'd have no liars. I don't think so. So there's a few things here that I wrote down. And in that report that you read, there was a part in it that said something about a well file. Now I've heard of a round file. What is a well file? The wells, people have said, they're 80 years old, they're 50 years old, they're 60 years old. This is a comprehensive safety review. Just a safety review would have shown maybe that those wells needed to be fixed. Does anybody remember San Remo? You know what happened there? It was a gas leak, pipes broke, big fire. So they didn't learn anything from that? That's on your elected officials and the people they appoint to these boards. That's not on Southern California again. They just rolled with the punches. Somebody just mentioned that Southern California Edison will be able to provide utilities, but they won't provide the heat because they burn the gas from Southern California Edison. One hand feeding the other. Infrared photos. There was a famous photo of this well leak. You need to have infrared photos to see just how much seepage is coming out of Aliso Canyon. You need to hold your ex-supervisor accountable. 36 years, and he didn't know. He was blaming the city. I'm going to go more. He was blaming the city. The city put the people there. 30,000 people in unincorporated county. And the HOAs, the gentleman spoke about buying a house in 1985 to a homeowners association. The thing about homeowners associations, they're not subject to any government rules. They don't have to disclose that. Do you think they knew? Who sits on the homeowners association when there are no homes? Who sits there? Who makes the rules and regulations? You need to hold those people accountable also, and you need to hold yourselves accountable because you're part of it. 2 years ago, you were probably planning for a Labor Day weekend. Who cared? Now you know. You bring children up here. You have brought children into this situation. Not fair. There's 10 million people that live in this county. They need to have a voice. I hope the PUC holds regional hearings around the county to hold off on these effects. I'm sorry this leak happened, but it was kismet because it shows you how corrupt the government is in the county and the state of California.
We're going to this side next. Please note the number of people in line as you consider the length of your comments. Please go right ahead.
Sure. Good evening. I'm Stuart Waldman. I'm president of the Valley Industry and Commerce Association, VICA. I respect every one of you and believe that every person here should have the right to speak, no matter which side of the opinion you're on. So this is my turn. He needs gas.
Where do you live? Where do you live?
I live in the San Fernando Valley. I represent 100,000 businesses in the San Fernando Valley. Thank you for being respectful. VICA supports the safe reopening. I will stand here and no one else will speak.
Let's breathe the gas. Come live with us. Come live with us.
I would
Would you consider moving the process?
You have to stop the time.
Where do you live?
VICA supports the safe reopening of the Aliso
SoCal Gas paid you.
In a democracy, we let people speak whether you agree with them or not.
You are speaking.
You are being disrespectful. No one shouted you down.
That's why we're done, sir.
From a business and air quality perspective, keeping key parts of our energy infrastructure, such as Aliso Canyon online.
Where do you live?
A reliable energy supply is the foundation of our economy.
It's not reliable. It's not reliable, though. How come you haven't been to any meetings? This is your first meeting. Keep talking. Let's go. Keep going.
His time stopped.
I'm not. You're doing the time. Speak from your heart. Speak from your heart. Speak from your heart. Speak from your heart.
A huge effort has gone into getting through the summer.
Give this man some
major
gas.
blackouts, and these efforts should be commended.
No safety issue. The only safety issue is this facility.
Shut down this facility is quite clear. We hear it. It is loud. It will remain loud. No confusion. Okay?
That's not a slap.
If that is the only voice that gets to be heard tonight, then there is no reason to continue to speak. And we will stop this meeting. If you are willing to give your fellow citizens an opportunity to speak, we will continue. Otherwise, there is no reason. This is not helping anybody. They're not learning anything. They're not taking any comments. It's not getting any recorded, and therefore, there's actually a safety issue here. With this
Where?
Where's the safety? Right now.
Where's the safety issue?
What is the safety
You tell me right now.
Where's the safety issue?
What the safety issue is?
What's the safety issue?
Sure. You all.
What's the safety
issue? No safety issue.
Please tell us what the safety issue is.
The safety issue is that with 300 people in a room, if it loses control, things happen.
Nobody's doing anything violent. Nobody's doing anything violent. No one's done anything violent. There's no safety issue.
Look, I'm going to call the question right now. I'm going to call the question. Are you willing to let other people speak in this meeting tonight?
Let them speak.
Are you willing to let other people speak in this meeting tonight? I need a yes.
That there is no one in this room that favors reopening this thing. For something that you know is not supported. You know, everybody has a right to speak, but your speech should be about something. It should be about something that supports the positive energy of the people in this room. Write a letter.
We suffered, not him. You didn't live in a hotel for 8 months.
You're wasting your time, our time, for something that you know.
Hey guys, hold on a second. Relax. Stop, okay? This meeting's gonna get shut down unless you guys calm down. Okay, let's tamp down the hysteria. My idea is to let the residents and the stakeholders of the communities that were affected by this blowout speak first. Is that acceptable, Galen?
Well, we got the lines. I don't know how to organize
Okay. I'm asking the people who are pro-gas reopening to just take a seat and wait till the very end.
Yeah! Woo!
I don't think that's acceptable. This is a public meeting. So, if you are unwilling to let people participate, this cannot be a useful meeting. Are you willing to let other people, anyone, speak what they want to say? Anyone.
These are the consequences of you speaking about business. These are the consequences. We're about public health and safety.
All of you, please, sir.
He's ready to speak. You're here.
Okay.
Yes.
You're going to decide right now whether this meeting continues or not. If this gentleman
Right now is the order.
then I want to thank you for coming this meeting.
We're tired to be the last one. We are tired to be the last one. Today we're going to be the first one. Okay? You need to go to the end. No.
Shut it down! 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 Shut it down!
organizations who have been bought up. You need to do something now. We had succession here in the Valley 30 years ago. They shut it down. Villagrosa, who wants to run for governor, do not vote for a Villagrosa. He's responsible for this.
That's a good idea. I mean, of course, you know, letting the residents speak. The people who've been affected by this.
Right. Well, then I think free speech should be met with more free speech, even if we don't like what they're saying. But
we've been yelling.
I think the residents should go first, and the people who are pro-gas.
You guys shot yourself in the foot.
Excuse me? I don't think so. Excuse me. I was just there asking for
No, I know you did, but you tell your people they just shot them.
They're very upset and very angry.
I understand, but you have to listen to other people's point of view.
They're being affected by this.
You know what?
It doesn't matter, you guys. Listen.
When you've been suffering from asthma,
look like
and this poor man in Bethlehem.
Like ISIS, we're not the ones affecting people's health. It's the facilities.
It's not that. You got to listen to people, okay?
People are very upset. There are a lot of people here.
I understand you're very upset, but you have to listen to other people.
It should be the residents first.
This is a public forum. You guys are way out of line. Way out of line.
Well, they try to make it sound like we're some threat or something suddenly. Just because we were protesting, we're a threat. We were supposed to say shut it down. We were letting them speak, but they're acting like we're a threat to the public, to the safety or something. The police officers didn't seem to think we were a big threat of anybody. There are cameras all over here. Nobody's threatening anybody, but people are very upset.
And they're getting interviewed on why they're upset, why they can't listen to the public right now. That's very interesting, isn't it? I don't understand. It's all about you. What do you do? Nobody took the mic. Nobody took the mic from him. Nobody pushed him out of the way.
That's fine.
Nobody touched anybody.
Because you just said he shouldn't be here to speak.
I didn't say that.
I was right here. I heard you say it too.
No, I did not say you shouldn't be allowed to speak. I have it on video.
What she's saying is,
I said that there are consequences.
She can't speak for.
He's to speak. Don't
complain me.
But I'm just explaining.
It can't just be on one side.
You're not listening to me.
Yeah. You're right. He's right. There's two sides. No, he's right on that.
Can you stop? Listen, I know you're. I know.
Woman got on stage and said,
"Listen to me. I'm not that woman, but I'm talking about something separate. So just listen for 1 second. So what I'm saying is that he did have an opportunity to speak, and the consequences were that the room erupted because they're so upset by this, right? So he did have an opportunity to speak. It's not true to say that he didn't have the opportunity to speak. Nobody took a mic from him. Nobody took him out of the room. Does that make sense?
Insert finish speaking.
But does that make sense what I said?
Sure.
Because nobody actually stopped him from speaking. So it's actually not accurate. You're a news person, correct?
Yeah.
It's not accurate to say he was stopped from speaking. That's inaccurate. That's a fallacy.
Is the meeting still going?
You see what I'm saying, correct? I see you nodding your head.
He's been so fair in the past.
He was stopped from speaking as a part of this meeting. He's speaking right now.
I hear you.
Accurate because he's still speaking.
No, absolutely. He's not being stopped from speaking, is my point.
As a part of this meeting, he was.
No, he wasn't.
Yes, he was.
Actually, there was a facilitator right there with him, and he had the microphone the whole time. I've been stopped from speaking before. I've been removed from a meeting.
What if?
No, the meeting got shut down separately. That was not him or us. It was shut down by the facilitator.
So then he was stopped from speaking.
But
not by us.
There was no intent.
There's many us.
There was no intent to stop him.
He was not shut down by residents. But this is what happens when some people have not been allowed to speak for a very long time on this. You know what I'm saying?
Totally, of course.
Someone had suggested, a member of the neighborhood council has suggested that we speak first, that the residents speak first.
Talk about who was stopped from speaking, because that gentleman was not stopped from speaking. The meeting was ended, which is different.
It's semantics.
Well, it's not semantics. But this is important to talk about.
Okay, I think the person who was speaking could best answer whether he was stopped from speaking.
Well, I mean, I have it on video, so it's not. He was never stopped.
That's fine. It's just semantics at this point.
But semantics are important when we talk about it. You're a news person, so it's important to talk about semantics,
I know.
wrong?
And officially, he was speaking and then stopped from speaking.
By who? By the facilitator.
Sure. Yeah.
Right. Because when he got upset and he didn't want to continue speaking while people were yelling.
This isn't important.
Why is it not important?
Because it has nothing to do with the focus of it.
Because the focus of the meeting is letting the community be heard about something that's really
And he's
important.
part of the community.
Well, he actually doesn't live in Porter Ranch.
It's a public meeting.
I understand that, but he also didn't explain why he is a stakeholder. He said he represents businesses, but I don't know what that means. Okay. So I'm just saying that we are talking now about something.
Hey,
and
so
you're
I'm sorry, buddy. She summed it all up.
Excuse me one second.
I'm sorry.
I just want to finish one thing because I'm not trying to.
I'm sorry.
No,
I
listen,
don't have time. I don't have time.
You do. I'm trying to finish. Please stop.
One thing that we forgot to tell you, very important thing, Stephen, not only was he in the hospital for nosebleeds, but his eye ruptured. And then this lady, where did she go? The same thing, his eye ruptured.
Same thing?
I have cornea.
They have never, those wells have been leaking for years.
That's pretty.
They're still leaking.
That makes a lot of sense though. That people would have similar symptoms.
I know. I've been covering this for a year and a half now. I've talked to.
And I mean, of course, a lot of people here are people that were directly affected by this.
I know. I've been in Porter Ranch for a year and a half doing this story. I know.
And it would have been. I mean, it would have been reasonable to let the residents speak first.
Okay.
It's not that unreasonable. You did an amazing job, by the way, of making what's happening clear and heard.
I'm glad, because I'll tell you, I've had it up to here. I almost died last year, and I'll tell you something. I'm going to live to see these bastards put in jail or whatever else, because this is a deliberate attempt to cash in on the money and to hell with the people. Deliberate. This is not.
And this is about the gas company, it's about the politicians, it's about the governor, it's about
They're all getting money. They're all getting money. They're all getting paid. I don't know who's paying who. The gas company is paying a lot of people to keep these wells open and to keep them running. So find out who's getting paid. That'll tell you what's going on.
Well, clearly,
Who are you?
I'm just somebody. I'm live broadcasting for March and Rally LA. So it's they organize a lot for different events, different protests.
You find out who's the receiver of the monies that are going.
I wouldn't be surprised if it's everybody. Everybody's who's in the loop.
They all have their hand in the pocket.
Sure, they're all complicit, right?
They're all complicit.
Yeah.
Because they don't give a shit about anybody's life here. They don't care how many people they kill.
That's not their priority. That's not their priority.
No, money is always where it's at. Don't you know that?
I knew that was good.
Sir, yeah, you were...
I'm Stuart Waldman.
Hi, my name's James Burson.
What's it?
It's James Burson. That's my name.
Yeah. Pleasure to meet you.
You too.
I respect you and your opinion.
Look, I mean, the thing is, obviously, there are a lot of people here that have been directly affected. I'm not one of them. I live in, not in the Porter Ranch area or anywhere near. So I personally haven't been affected by it, but there are a lot of people here that it looks like there's probably like 50 to 100 people that are inside this room that have been directly affected by severe health complications due to this facility. So I mean, obviously people are upset and they all want to speak. I
completely understand.
So I mean, a lot of people were shouting. Of course, they said, "Well, you don't probably live in an area that's directly been affected by this, so you probably haven't suffered."
According to people who spoke, the entire San Fernando Valley was affected by it.
No,
I live in the San Fernando Valley.
Now,
you didn't have an impact. It didn't impact you.
Well, look,
it hasn't had a direct impact
about how energy reliability will impact businesses. That's the conversation.
So it's only about
I
businesses.
apologize.
That
is who I represent.
I understand. So your objective is
here are representing other people.
I just wanted to finish asking you the question.
Right.
So your objective is business related, right? It's not related to people's health. You're not interested in protecting people's health. I mean, I understand you represent businesses.
I'm very interested in protecting people's health. That isn't what I'm here speaking of. There are plenty of other people here speaking about that.
But
right?
you're defending it.
Do you agree? I'm not.
Well, there are different people that I mean.
What's your question?
What do you say to people who have these health issues? Like, what do you say to them about that?
That's not the conversation I'm having.
I just asked you a new question.
Right. Yeah, but that's not the conversation I'm having.
You don't want to have that conversation, is what you're saying.
I gotta go. But
he's saying that he's here
just
for.
He
just wants to talk about business.
Talking about health issues.
I'm talking to you as a person who has kids.
I mean, it's easy for somebody who's not personally affected by it to promote the reopening, right?
Apparently, everyone is personally affected by it.
So many people.
That's what all these people said. Every person.
No, we're not saying every person in this room. Not every person in this room has been personally affected by it. All right, fine. Go. Have a good day. He doesn't want to talk about it. I'm not going to run after him. I'm going to let him leave if he wants to leave, but I'm going to go and see if we could ask anybody else any questions here. Yeah, clearly that gentleman was, I don't know if I should call him that per se, but that guy was not interested in talking about health problems. He was just interested in talking about business and the way that this might help some people make money. Obviously, the residents that have been affected by this, they're suffering from health problems, severe health issues, and they're not making any money off of this facility being reopened. To them, it doesn't help them, and it's not worth it for them because of the massive amount of health issues that they're suffering.
What do you think? Oh, you want me to say? Am I going to get a bullet in my back like the Democrat who walked out who said they gave out some information? Oh, I know who's behind it. I have an idea who's behind it, besides just the gas company. But I'm not about to have a bullet in my back because they decide that I have too big a mouth.
Well, what are your feelings on just the fact that SoCal Gas wants to reopen at this point?
It's the most outrageous thing I've ever heard in my life. They don't care about the lives of any of these people. They don't care who lives, who dies. Their families aren't living up here. They don't live here. Their kids don't go to school here. All of us have been sick for well over a year, long before they announced it. And all this time between when we moved back into our house in about April, it continued on. It didn't stop. We had our house tested. It had benzene in it. I spent thousands of dollars to clean the furniture, change carpeting, do all the things. It doesn't matter. We're still sick. We're still dizzy. We're still having nosebleeds. It doesn't matter because the gas wells have never been, all of them have never been tested. And from what I understand from our attorney, 2/3 of them haven't even been looked at. So what they're telling us here is such garbage. It's pure bullshit. You know what that is? They don't care. They're on the tape, and they don't care about human beings' lives. Just like, what's her name, Brockovich, with all this soil and all the poisons. They don't care about us. We're nothing to them. It's how much money are they pocketing. When Governor Brown can hire Eric Holder and spend $125,000 a year to protect his sanctuary cities, but can't be down here for one of these meetings, from when it was announced in October till January, he didn't declare an emergency. Why didn't he declare an emergency? He was busy with climate change in Paris. He didn't care. He doesn't care. He is a governor who doesn't care what happens to the people, the citizens in this state. He doesn't care what happens to the Americans. He only cares about his sanctuary cities and feeding them. Why? Why does he only care about sanctuary cities?
Can I get your name and spelling?
Myrna. M-Y-R-N-A. Light Stone. L-I-G-H-T-S-T-O-N-E.
Live in Porter Ranch proper?
We live in Porter Ranch. All of our equity, our house, it's worth over $1 million. Now what is it worth? You can't sell it. We're in real estate. You can't sell our house. Our savings are in this house. We've lived here since 1999. And what do we have? What do we have? We have a big zero. Sure, we'll pick up and move. Where are we moving? Tell us where we're going to move. Who's going to pay for it? Who's going to give us millions of dollars to go move out of the state or move into another area?
Myrna, thank you so much. I wish you the best.
You guys are good media. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, you were showing some of the images. You can show. Would you like to show them again, or show some more? You were showing some of the images that were taken by the doctor, and that some of the images you took just recently, January 6th, January 18th,
January 1st, January 2nd.
These are images that are showing how your health has been affected by the reopening of this facility. That they reopened briefly, right? It was closed for a while. But
I do not believe it was closed.
You don't even think it was closed in the first place, because you've been having health problems the whole time, right? Or is that accurate?
Prior to December 2015, no.
Okay, so prior to December 15th, but then
in December 2015, I was walking 3 to 5 miles a day with a neighbor around our development.
Now I don't we just show him your eye, show him your bloody eye. And then
I said, excuse me, and I pulled out I thought I had 7 in the morning, I thought I had mucus, and I put the handkerchief up to my nose, and it was full of blood. I said, Dad, I think I should stop walking today. Let's walk again tomorrow. The next day, the same thing. And the following day, the third day in a row, the same thing. I walked in the house and I told Myrna, I've been bleeding 3 days in a row. I think I should see the doctor. She says, so have I. I said, you have what? She said, I've been bleeding 3 days in a row. The same 3 days I've been bleeding? She said, yes.
Wow.
I said, maybe I don't need to see a doctor. Maybe there's something happening. And then I saw a video in the news that there was a gas leak since October.
Whatever
and then we were displaced 4 months into a facility from our home in Porter Ranch into a facility in Agoura Hills, into a hotel in Agoura Hills. And then the gas company about March or April comes along and says, you can no longer stay in that facility. You must go to a place by Farmers Market. They gave it to us in writing. 2 hours driving each way. Our offices in our home. We do a lot of office work in our home. We couldn't go where they said, and they stopped paying for where we were. We were stuck in our, and we've been in our home ever since. And now it's the end. It's about the end of the year, beginning of January, and now the bleeding has started all over again. So
because they just recently, how long ago? About a month ago, they decided to.
You saw the dates: January 1st, January 2nd, January 6th, January 10th,
and that's when they reopened the facility again. They tried to say that it was safe suddenly, I know you're saying that they may have
emails. We're getting so many emails from the gas company that I just stopped looking at them. I've been seeing a psychologist.
They've caused people physical and emotional trauma to a very large degree. There are a lot of people that have been physically and mentally, psychologically harmed by.
I'm controlling myself emotionally, but deep down, it's there.
Well, course. I mean, you don't have to be crying in front of everyone to be injured.
No, I'm trying to get on with my life, and that's what we've been trying to do this past year, and have as many good days as possible.
Yeah.
But we understand that we may well have cancer, and Myrna says she hopes we die before we find out that we have cancer, and that's what she said. That's what she tells me. Thank you.
Because this gas has been directly correlated with. We don't know what chemicals they're using in the gas.
We don't know. All that I got is a timeline that I wasn't bleeding before December.
Yeah, exactly. Well, thank you so much. Thank you. Your name is Steve, right? Steven? Yeah, that's crazy. Thank you. Thank you.
It is what it is.
Are you going to be here tomorrow again?
Probably not. I don't know. Maybe not. It's up to the boss.
I see. They're having one tomorrow, same time, same place. But yeah, it's crazy what's going on here. A lot of people are very upset about it.
I learned a lot about America being in this room today, about freedom of speech, about the First Amendment, about letting people express themselves, how important it is. But it's sort of tough, because when the emotions kick in, sometimes the logic goes out, and that's what we were seeing today. And but highly filled with emotion, but the emotion is based upon logic. The emotion is based upon so many people.
People's human rights are being violated in severe ways.
Human rights is a political thing, but when it comes to physical blood, people physically bleeding.
Yeah, but that's a human rights issue. That's serious. But yeah, I mean, I'm using that word, that term. But yeah, that is a human rights issue.
This is why they're not thinking about human rights. They're thinking about their own personal health. All these people.
Well, yeah,
some people are
exactly,
here for human rights and for politics, but
you're right.
A lot of people are here because of their own personal health and safety.
But I think pretty much everybody here that's in support of shutting this thing down is here because they care about the fact that this is just wrong.
I don't know what the answer is.
It's just wrong,
I don't know what the answer is.
Are you going to be here tomorrow again?
No, it takes too much out of me. What good is it going to do? They're going to talk, and what are they going to say? Oh yeah, we're going to open up the wells here. What good is it? What good is it? What good is it? They all belong in jail. Every single one of them. They're all lying. They're all lying. They belong in jail.
Yeah,
every single one of them.
They don't care. They have other priorities.
That's right. They all belong in jail.
It's not. They don't live in in those specific areas.
No, let them bring their children here.
The media back in what was it, January or February? Myrna was on television a year ago. All the cameras were focusing on her, and the president of the gas company made some comment, and then the media summarized it by saying POP, profits over people, is what the gas company was looking for. This came from the media, not from... So
it's a little too obvious. It's a little too obvious. We have so many people here that have been directly affected. There's literally probably 100 people here in this room, or have been, or were in this room, during the meeting, that have been personally affected by this. And then you have a few people stand up and talk about how, I support opening this thing back up. It's kind of maddening to the people, especially who are being affected by it, and people who are hearing this saying, how could you open this back up? How could you not even address the people's health concerns? They didn't even say anything about health. The people who were speaking in support of this, they just kind of were like, it's good for business, so we're going to open it back up. It's great, I support it. But how do you address those health concerns and really talk about the fact that...
Well, the way you address the health concern that you're asking is on or about February.
This is at the Hilton Hotel in Woodland Hills. Tomorrow there's going to be another one of these meetings about the same issue, this gas facility, and it's also going to be at 5 p.m. in the Hilton Hotel in Woodland Hills.
On or about February 10, 2016, at 7:15 p.m., I photographed a document. We had been advised that there is methane and benzene in the gas, in the air. And we were given this card, benzene, which talked about the World Health Organization, the Health Protection Agency in England, Compendium of Chemical Hazards, and the Canadian Council of Ministers of the Environment. What the World Health Organization had to say Benzene is a carcinogenic to humans and no safe level of exposure can be recommended, end quote. The Health Protection Agency, England, Compendium of Chemical Hazards said, quote, benzene is a known human carcinogen with substantial evidence of a causal, not casual, of a causal relationship between occupational, that's chronic, exposure and various types of leukemia. And finally on this card, benzene, the Canadian Council of Ministers of the Environment said, and I quote, benzene is a toxic substance for which there is considered to be some probability of harmful effects at any level of exposure, end quote.
So even very small levels, even very small amounts.
Whatever they mean by what they said, but that's what I've been carrying subconsciously in my head since last February.
Sure.
We have to run now.
Thank you very much. I hope it works. I hope this thing gets shut down and you can get your home back and you can actually live in.
I'm not thinking about shutting down. I'm not thinking about the home. Right now we feel we have cancer and we're trying to.
Is there?
We haven't been diagnosed, but based upon this and the bleeding that's taken place and the nausea that's taken place and the skin rashes that have taken place and around the eyes even right now and the eye bleeding that you may have seen on this.
Yeah, I did.
And the visits to the hospital. So
we
don't know about these things.
What type of cancer do you think you might have?
Whatever they said. What did they say? Lymphoma.
Oh yeah, they said leukemia, I believe.
Leukemia.
And there was a. Yeah.
We'll just hope for the best.
Yeah. Thank you.
The Department of Health, he's a gentleman. He said they're not going to open it up.
They can't open it up until we've all spoken. Okay, we have to be able to give our
First Amendment rights.
Yeah, we have to be able to speak out, but we do have to allow the other people, even though they're on the other side, to speak. I just think we need to cut these down to 1 minute.
What makes me mad is the guy from Redondo Beach. What does he know about how nauseous I am tonight?
But you know what?
And the guy from the business, he's representing businesses in the San Fernando Valley. They're all paid to come.
Every single hearing we've ever gone to, those people show up.
They're plants.
They show up every single time.
They all got off the bus at the Diamond Bar here together.
I think it's the same thing what's happening in the government.
For sure. That's what I said. If the state is as bad, can you even imagine the federal?
But don't be upset about what happened here.
My heart's beating pretty fast.
This needs to happen.
Quite large. There were about 400 people here.
Yes. And I don't believe tomorrow, if they plan it correctly, it will go differently.
Well, they can do 2 minutes. It's just people.
I think they should do 1 minute. How are you?
People were going. Some people went over by a lot, but of course they did have important things to say. But I mean, they can't obviously do 2 minutes. I mean, if they.
We've been to these hearings so many times. I think they need. I don't even know. I think people start tuning them out if you talk to. So many people want to talk. So if you've got that many people, limit it to 1 minute. Make it
of this on Twitter and probably Facebook. Keep following for more live Facebook live streaming.
They should have had comment cards, and I think they need to cut it down. But people are upset.
People are very upset. I mean, we're talking to people. One gentleman was showing me photographs of just very recent photographs. That in January, mid-January, January 16th, January 18th, I believe it was one. But early January, where he had his eye was really messed up. He went to the hospital. There was a lot of bleeding. There's people that are obviously. It's really hard for somebody maybe who's not in that situation to understand as much, to be as upset. I mean, when that guy was speaking, who was talking about businesses, it was infuriating.
Well, I
for so many
felt
people.
that way too.
Yeah.
But
he was talking about business. He didn't.
But I talked to Jason, and he does know how these meetings have to be run, and so we have to allow those people to speak.
Sure. I mean,
I think today was like a dry run.
Yeah.
Today was a dry run.
Oh, you're so optimistic.
We'll do it better tomorrow.
I mean, yeah, they should have the right to speak. I mean, it's obviously makes sense why people are really upset about it when this guy's talking about business and he's not talking about health, and he doesn't care to talk about health,
Right.
and it's all about business.
Right.
And then he says,
he was here for a reason,
Yeah.
and he did his job that he was paid to do, and he left.
He said, I'm not here to talk about anything but business.
Right.
Basically, I was trying to get him to talk about the health stuff. He doesn't want to talk about anything but business. It's all about how this is going to help somebody make money.
Right.
Not the people who are suffering from the health problems, but
Right.
somebody's going to make money. And that money is very important.
And the
for us.
fossil fuel lobbyists are the richest lobbyists in the United States. So there's a lot of money that goes to a lot of people to keep these methane dumps open in our community and the 4 others that are in Southern California. And people are suffering while the other people are getting
Well, they're
rich.
making money and trying to pretend that it's not as big of a deal as it really is.
Right. It's not having health studies when people are sick and having an 8-year-old with leukemia, with a rare leukemia. It's not right. It has to be changed, and that's what we're here to do.
Yeah, we're speaking out. We're speaking out.
Right.
And I think that if they were to allow the residents to speak first, and this is kind of how things got a little bit exploded a little bit, because somebody suggested that the residents get to finish speaking first,
Right.
and we get through the residents, and that the residents speak.
You are with LA Times?
What is it?
LA Times? I'm sorry.
Who are you with?
Oh, I'm with I'm recording right now. I'm broadcasting for March and Rally LA. And on Facebook, you can add them. There's a lot
March
of
and Rally LA.
Yes.
All right.
On
We'll
Facebook.
look for you.
But yeah, there's they could have had a resolution. I think the conflict happened mostly when somebody suggested that just let the residents get through their thing, let them all speak, and then we'll have the oil, the gas company and all the people that are in support of the gas company speak afterwards. But of course,
The facilitator thought I could see him think about it, but then he was trying to keep both, because he's a facilitator, so he was trying to keep both sides from objecting. And right now, they're up talking to him, hopefully suggesting more ideas, so tomorrow will go more smoothly. And
I thought it was a pretty good idea. Just let people get through it. Of course, sure, everybody should get a chance to speak. It's just like there's so many people here that are being affected by this. They're talking about how bad the health problems are. People are going to die because of this. People have died because of it. People have died because of it. And they're talking about this.
My father died of cancer right now because I moved him up to live with us 12 years ago. So.
And this is not. And then when somebody comes up here and all they have to say is that, I'm here supporting all. I'm here all about business, and I don't care about. Essentially, it's like, disregarding completely all of the people that just spoke about the health issues and disregarding that, not addressing it, and just simply talking about how good it is for business for some people.
Right, and because all of these people have had their health issues disregarded by the public entities, Dogger, CPCU, just disregarded. We're not talking about health. I mean, SoCal Gas took the health department to court, and they stopped the health study because it's in a lawsuit. Good. You know what? So what would be the most common sense thing to do? You want to stop the health study? Okay. When it goes to court in 5 years, we'll talk about it then. But keep it closed for 5 years. But no,
they want to open it in the meantime.
I mean, the governor said we want a comprehensive health study. Gas company sues them, shuts it down, and then they're ready to let them open again. They're supposed to be here for the people, but they chose to put fossil fuel profits before the health of not just our community, of many communities suffering from the same disgusting fossil fuel killing machine.
So it's obvious. There's incredible amounts of evidence that this is causing people to have obvious, right? So they say, all right, well, we don't want this health study because that's going to legitimize this, that it's a fact.
Exactly.
So they say, well, as long as it's not legitimized, that this is an absolute fact, we can possibly get away with reopening this facility and keep making money.
The lawyers
in the meantime,
figured it out and took the
they're trying to
steps
stall.
do what
They're trying to stall.
And if only we had sensible people that are supposed to protect us, and would to say we're not having this, no, okay, you want to sue us, fine. We're keeping it closed until the lawsuit's up, and then watching them, figure out a new way to try and get it open. But you don't feel good when the people that you expect to protect you are, letting your loved ones die. So we're gonna help our community and surrounding communities, and this will have ramifications for all the horribly leaking storage facilities throughout our state, and hopefully move them all, because everywhere there are, people are dying. Poisoning is happening to our aquifers, letting them dumping all these chemicals that are not allowed. They're not allowed to tell us what they are because it's a trade secret. And so we're working. We go into our doctors and say, can you test for this and that? We're guessing because that's all we legally have. And then they put, the crack gas comes from all over the United States, and I've heard that every company that fracks uses their own
compound mixture.
Yeah, their own. I'm trying to say. Okay, yeah, their own formula.
Yeah.
So and then they all come together. All these different formulas of poisons all come together and dump into the storage units all over the United States. Go figure. And then it's a trade secret that we can't find out what it is to maybe help someone that's dying.
Yeah, exactly.
This has to stop.
They can't even find out. They can't even find out which chemicals that are causing people to have.
They don't even know the name, because when they all come together, they make new chemicals that they don't even have records of, because it's a chemical, and then when they bond and do all this, new ones are created that nobody knows what they're doing except for the people that are the most vulnerable, that have the low immune systems, or there are barometers of when they get sick, we know something bad is happening. And then our community is, in my block, there's a few. When their nose starts bleeding, when their kids develop rashes, we know it's not safe right now. Close your windows, even if it's a nice day, because it's leaking again.
So basically, the way it ends up having to work, extremely unfortunately, is that basically you have certain people that are affected much more quickly than other people. So some people, they wouldn't realize it.
You don't realize it.
And it might affect them in other ways, right?
It's happening inside their bodies, but they're and doing damage most likely, but they don't know it because they're still functioning, or at least they think they're functioning at the same level they were.
But then it still could cause cancer and other stuff. So you have certain people who happen to be more vulnerable, who happen to have the slightly lowered immune system,
usually
elderly individuals and children, and anybody else who has autoimmune.
That you don't know. I mean,
anybody else.
We know as soon as we follow each other on Nextdoor about our neighborhood, and they'll report my son got a nosebleed, my husband got a nosebleed, and then, boy, once that happens, it doesn't go with just them, then everyone goes, we got one too, so-and-so had one, this one, my kids have a rash, then we go, it's happening, it's leaking again, and where it's coming from, it's a huge facility. They go under our houses, so they could be coming up with what they call flagrant. I can't think of it. But the chemicals will seep through and just come up. Not the chemicals, methane. Come up in the neighborhoods.
It's because it's what do you call it? It's a solvent. It's like solvents. They evaporate.
Right. It's methane, which rises up. And
it's a gas.
It's a gas, and they find their way. Any kind of crack, they find their way.
Sure.
And they come out.
Yeah.
One way or another.
Because they're volatile substances, and it's a solvent, so it finds a way to evaporate out of.
And it'll come out, and if it happens to be around your house, and once that open is there, it'll keep coming out, and these people are the ones that are going to get the brunt.
So one person's home might have, like, say their floor might be like sealed a little bit better or something, or maybe they have a basement. I don't know. Like there's some reasons why some homes.
We're trying to figure it out.
Some homes might be getting more than others.
Yes, because some people are getting much sicker than others, and there's really, and they're really not, sick people. They weren't sick people. They seem to be getting a lot. We don't know.
And that's like things like somebody takes one pill as a medication, and one person dies, and the other person's okay, right?
Right. Yeah.
I mean, it's hard to know, but if you obviously have so many people that are being affected by this,
right, and
that it's ridiculous.
So much more than others.
It was nice to hear the words that you had to say, and I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to let a little bit out.
Yes.
Oh, you're welcome, and everybody. I mean, you have
You're
to.
You're a good listener, and I was thinking about it after we stopped here. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for talking to me. And I mean, you're always welcome to talk to me. But I just want to say it's that makes me feel good. And
you're doing a good job.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
So tell me the name again of your site so I can look it up.
So let me see. Go to Facebook.
Oh, I don't know. I wasn't getting. Let's see. Here, let's see. Let's see if it's coming in.
Because this is the first time I'm actually live broadcasting for them too. So.
Okay.
So
it's a little okay.
But of course I've been to a lot of the events that they've organized.
Okay, good.
If anything else occurs.
It came up.
All right.
Okay. Okay, there it is. All right, what do I search for? Let's see if it comes up.
March and rally.
I got it. Yes. And
Rally Los Angeles. There it goes. It's Trump. March and rally Los Angeles.
Trump tax return.
All right, where did it go? No,
okay, let me go back. Oh, there. I wasn't looking.
You go back again.
Yes, revolutionaries, we have been checking in on March and Rally LA. They've been really great about picking up, going out there and streaming these, a lot of actions here in Los Angeles. And they're always good for a live stream. We've also had Lauren Steiner live streaming on her Facebook page, host of the Robust Opposition. And she tipped us off to this hearing out in Woodland Hills regarding the Aliso Canyon facility. And they want to reopen it and continue to make people sick out there at Porter Ranch. We've also been checking in on BuzzFeed and some other streams. ABC Arizona has an aerial up right now of what's going on in Berkeley. Protests have been going on all night long in response to the editor of Breitbart speaking at UC-Berkeley, and it was shut down due to a little too much action in the streets. The police shut down the event, so it never happened, and the protests continue. We're seeing apparently a lot of action by the group, what is it, Khalifa? I think that, I don't know what they're called. It's the anti-fascists. Antifa! Antifa group. Antifa. We saw them do some actions in Washington, D.C., and apparently they are involved in a lot of the stuff that's going on here in Berkeley. So we've been looking at that. Thanks for watching, folks. This is OurRevolution.tv. Subscribe. Get notifications for when we do go live. I'll try to bring you these streams of protests from all around the country. And be sure to join us on the Robust Opposition, normally on Sundays at 10 a.m. Not this weekend, though, because I'm moving to a cabin in the woods. In the center of town. Peace. I'm going to see if I'm going to keep these protests up for a little while. But otherwise, thanks for watching. We'll see you next time. Bye.
In Antifa is what a lot of the people, the protesters, especially those in black, covering their whole faces, entirely black outfits, identify as. It stands for anti-fascists. They've been graffitiing all over town with phrases like kill fascists, no fascists, Milo is a fascist, because this originally started as a protest of Milo Yiannopoulos speaking on the UC-Berkeley campus, but quickly ballooned into something else. Someone's selling a number of signs. Like this has been appearing all over town. Kill Trump, kill fascists, fuck Milo, etc. Protesters are on the move again. The crowd has dwindled from what it was at the outset, or at kind of its peak of being on campus outside of the Martin Luther King Jr. Student Union. Though I'm not sure by how much. number of Antifas that we just passed in the crowd are gathering materials from a construction site. A lot of them came with wooden, not projectiles, but like long, heavy sticks to use to fashion windows and other things. It's likely they were taking similar materials from the construction site. Some light bashing. It's likely that it's likely that the bulk of the damage is not too damaged, mostly from just like toppling over. About 1,000 people marching. If you're just joining me, I'm live from the streets of downtown Berkeley, California, where what started as a protest of Milo Yiannopoulos, the senior editor of Breitbart, who was supposed to speak to a group of students, turned into a riot with several people toppling over a lighting fixture which caught on fire, and confrontations with the police that involved rubber bullets and tear gas, and a couple injuries that I witnessed myself. I'm not sure how many the official tally would be from police. The protest has moved to the streets of Berkeley, where people were setting trash cans on fire, graffitiing businesses with slogans like "Kill Fascists." The protest is led by a group of people who identify as Antifas. They're usually most easily seen by wearing completely black, covering their faces. They've been pretty hostile. They're very hostile to the police and have been somewhat hostile to me as I try and either film them, talk to them, see what they're up to, even though they're in a public place. Now it's unclear what will happen as this protest courses through Berkeley, whether it will result in another clash with police, or will eventually peter out. clear the crowd did not react well to cars. This seems more peaceful, although there are a lot more cars this time. It's unclear if these are Berkeley students at this point. A lot of people are wearing clothes that obscure their identities. It's unclear if these are Berkeley students at this point. The protest undoubtedly started with a large mix of Berkeley students in the crowd, but a lot of these people are wearing clothes that obscure their identity and things that make it difficult to ascertain what their affiliations are besides the loose label Antifa.
Stop waving them through. Do not wave them through. That's putting people in danger.
It is possible that it is possible and likely that there are some Berkeley students in the crowd and some people who are unaffiliated with the university. I had one person come up to me and say, these people are not Berkeley students. He was mainly trying to abdicate any responsibility for the violence that was going on, especially he was kind of anticipating broadcasts that would paint people as violent rioters. So at this point, I do not know. It is a fair number of the people here look fairly young, so it's possible that a number of them are Berkeley students, but again, there's just not as much of a way to ascertain if they're not wearing like a Berkeley sweatshirt. So this graffiti is referencing an encrypted texting app called Signal. It's been put to use by a number of protest groups to keep their communications private, keep their communications private from what they see as prying eyes of the government and other factors, other entities. Someone is advertising Signal now. Activity of these protesters is to overturn trash cans. Right now, the protesters are at what is this avenue? Shattuck and let's find out. It's a busier intersection than they've encountered thus far. It's a Shattuck and Durant. It's one of the main Shattuck is one of the main what you just saw is one of the Antifas vandalizing an ATM. Shattuck is one of the main streets in downtown Berkeley, so it's likely they'll encounter a large number of cars. marching up Shattuck now. So where the rally has moved originally from Berkeley's campus into kind of downtown Berkeley, but where we are right now is one of the main drags of the city. It's likely this is where the protesters will achieve maximum visibility. Take a look at the damage.
Stop filming!
A number of these Antifas are rather hostile towards the media, me, because I'm recording. From the exchange rate board. This same thing happened to the auditorium where Milo Yiannopoulos was scheduled to speak.
I don't know why you're playing. Take the whole side. I don't want this side. It's too heavy.
The windows are done for. We're on one of the main drags of Berkeley. The protest has dwindled from its original size. I would estimate there are fewer than 1,000 people at this point, although at one point there were multiple thousands, by my guess. And what we just saw were several Antifas, which are kind of the more aggressive contingent of this protest. They're leading the marchers at the moment with a banner that reads, "Become ungovernable," and another that reads, "This is war." What we just saw was several of them go up with, many of them had brought long wooden implements, which they've used to break windows of the auditorium at Berkeley, where Milo Yiannopoulos was supposed to speak. This T-Mobile store just got hit. I didn't see this. And earlier I saw of a mechanics bank. There seem to be two contingents of the protest. The people marching with the band are largely dancing and sticking to the street, sticking to the middle of the street. We're in downtown Berkeley proper, very close to one of the hubs, which is the BART station, which is the subway to all the other areas of the Bay, of the San Francisco Bay Area. So there are the protesters who are sticking with the band and dancing and staying to the streets, and there's a group of Antifas, the people in black, who have covered their faces and are all wearing similar garb, likely to obscure their identities. Those people are the ones who have led the clashes with the police, the violence and graffiti inflicted upon windows, both on Berkeley and in downtown. Right now, I believe protesters are marching north on Shattuck. The police so far have not intervened. They spent a good deal of their time at Berkeley on the second floor announcing that measures of force would be used within 10 minutes, within 5 minutes, that more police would arrive, though they never did. And then protesters moved off campus voluntarily, which began this march.
Let's go to the police station and smash their shit.
I ain't gonna lie, I ain't no snitch, but he is.
Police are behind the protest a ways. I can't tell if they're moving.
I'm a shark, you just around dripping swag, I might leave a puddle.
Sure why the protest is
stopped. Hit the pussy, but I never trust her. Situation shaking, eating off the muscle. Yeah, yeah. Bible shaking like a season. Coming fucking season. Baby, something shit'll please her. Leave her shaking like a season.
Here we go.
Next school, let me teach you. 20 women like a season. Bible shaking like a season. Leave her shaking like a season. The next school, let me teach you. 20 women like a season. Bible shaking like a season. Look, my rifle shaking like an earthquake. I got fully oiled in over. My name is my birthplace, but I'm still quick to go overseas. Just to talk to the plug. I ain't talking about drugs. Yeah, we might talk about drugs. Cause we talking about sexual drugs, but that's connection. Being like all out.
We're approaching what is basically the center of downtown Berkeley. They're heading to the Wells Fargo Bank, likely to wreck the ATMs as well as smashed some windows. Wells Fargo was famously embroiled in a scandal, which it was found guilty of stealing from consumers and falsely advertising. Cars are speeding away.
Hold the intersection! Hold the intersection!
One protester is asking them to hold the intersection, likely to block any traffic. Wells Fargo has begun.
Well, y'all gotta get money out tomorrow. Y'all building. What we gonna do? Here, that's fucked up. You ain't got no money out tomorrow, I hope not, because you done too. It's fucking heavy, that's all. I love this guy. I love it. See it's hard, Bobby. The dichotomy here. Yeah. Your fingerprints are all on that. What are you doing? His fingerprints was all on that. He is not thinking this out. Nope, get the stick back. Get the stick back.
They've completely gutted the ATMs and smashed the windows in the front of the store of the bank. One person has thrown a flare inside.
No, not tech. All right, that's my bank. Y'all gotta chill. Yeah, see, now you
They're also hitting Chase Bank across the street.
This is wild.
Other people are dancing in the street. Chase Bank, which seems windows that are not as strong as that of Wells Fargo. Someone is inside the bank at this point.
Time to stay there. Emma!
Breaking the ATMs, smashing the windows. They're inside, so they've gutted both the ATMs inside and outside the Chase branch. Unsmashed. Reports that there's a fire at Wells Fargo, which was also just looted. We're going to check it out. Judging by the glow, that might be the light from the ATM. Hold on, stay tuned. There's definitely a fire in the middle of the street. It's nascent. There's definitely a fire in the middle of the street. There is not a fire at Wells Fargo, though there is graffiti and the ATMs are gutted, unusable at this point. Several protesters just started running. I'm not sure why. People are getting off the BART. They're likely commuting home because it's what? It's 9 o'clock Pacific time. Commuters are getting off the BART, likely commuting home, and they are met with a riot. Protesters are marching down Center Street away from the center of downtown Berkeley. The crowd at this point has dwindled to a few hundred from several thousand, I would estimate, on campus at UC-Berkeley. They seem to be heading back to campus, which would indicate that this protest is largely comprised of Berkeley students. I can't quite tell. We'll just follow them and see where they go. They're in the distance, they're smashing the windows of a Bank of America and looting the ATMs as they have kind of all along the route of this protest.
Another friendly reminder to stay together. We're safest when we're closest to our comrades.
All of them were done, including the driver, the person in the car. Just like that was like just a collective function. I don't know what DHL is.
They've looted 2 Bank of Americas at this point.
Oh, and then suddenly what about ATN FLA? Anti-Nazi. Honestly, I'm kind of disappointed in myself.
Broken ATMs, they're graffitied with no DAPL, Antifa, which stands for anti-fascist. The doors are broken, the trash cans are overturned. Anybody could walk into this bank at this point.
Fuck, you did nothing. This is just a fucking moron.
The march is heading back to campus, to Berkeley campus, where it started. It sounds like they're looting another business. It could be. There's a Starbucks on the corner, which seems like a likely target. There's graffiti on the Pacific Film Archive, the Berkeley Art Museum Pacific Film Archive, that says "Liberals get the bullet too" and "fuck art." Right now, they are destroying the windows of a Starbucks.
Hell yeah, fuck Starbucks! Fucking Zionists! Center and Shattuck is over there,
several banks. Taking beverages, coffee grounds. you can't tell they're like throwing things out of Starbucks, like passing them to people on the street. They've started kind of the anthem of the night, which is the rap song, Fuck Donald Trump. People are still taking stuff from Starbucks, but the march is moving on to the Berkeley campus. I'm running out of time, so the last things I'll leave you with are the downtown Berkeley Starbucks is completely looted at this point, and the march continues to UC-Berkeley. Where it originated as a protest of Milo Yiannopoulos speaking on campus. We'll follow it as long as we can, but it'll only be a few minutes. It's super dark, but we're on UC-Berkeley campus now. The march is continuing. It shows no signs of stopping. I'm not sure where they're going at this point. In the distance, the leaders of the march are chanting, "Whose streets? Our streets."
Yeah. Put away the fucking camera. You're putting people in danger. Okay.
Oh, you don't speak? You just stream? Who you streaming for?
Oh, Jesus. Sorry. I'm sorry I hit you.
I'm sorry you got wet. Real talk.
Oh, you did that? Okay, I thought it was him. I was about to beat this down.
Sorry about that, man. sorry I hit you.
Of the capital of Sacramento. That's right. Nazis, the self-proclaimed swastika tattooed goons that tried to hold a rally on the steps of the capital of Sacramento. That's right. And they tried to, but we shut them down. We shut them down. And despite the fact that they came there and they tried to kill some of us, they stabbed a number of us, including me. They didn't beat us. We beat them. And every one of us who went through that has not only lived to tell, but also is 100 times more committed, because we know in the end, whatever attempts that they make to try to intimidate us, whatever attempts they try to make to scare us and to push us to the back of the bus, to silence us, to make us afraid to walk through UC-Berkeley campus? Oh, we're not gonna go to the back of the bus. That's right. We are not gonna be forced into subservience or enslavement or subordination of any kind, because we stand on the shoulders of generations of people who came before us, who fought too hard to make this a public university, a university where if you're Black or Latino or an immigrant, where you shouldn't just be relegated to serving the food or cleaning up after the rich, privileged white people, but where we should have the right to walk through this campus and sit in the same classes and teach those classes and be the real voice and leadership of this university. So, we stand united today against racism, people of all races, and we are proud to be Latina, Latino, Muslim, Arab, Asian, Native American, white, Black, mixed, you name it, right? Together, men, women, lesbian, gay, bisexual, trans. Yeah. We're proud to be people of any and no religious background or affiliation. And this is the time where we've got to not hold back. This is a time where every time you felt like you couldn't say something, when that person ridiculed you or your friend because of their accent, where every time you were made to feel like you were a piece of meat because you were a woman, and that what was somewhere down here was more important to stare at than your eyes or what was going on in your brain, or where our words are relegated to ridicule or to being accused of not even knowing the truth of this society and this world. Every single time where we held in that growl or that roar, don't hold back tonight. Tonight is our night. So we gotta say it loud, and we gotta say it clear. Milo Yiannopoulos is not welcome here at UC-Berkeley. We are gonna shut him down, and we're gonna get Trump out by any means necessary. So other people would like to speak or to say things, please do. Keep your eyes open, let's stay united, let's raise holy hell, and let's make sure our voices are heard and be ready to move and act. Thank you.